An inside look into the mind of a convicted killer.
A big thank you to all of you who continuously support Deep Dive True Crime. We thank you tremendously, and if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be able to give you this amazing content. Thank you so much, everyone. We hope you enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Hello, this is a free call from
Charlie.
an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey, how are you?
Sorry, the call just, I'm fine. The call just didn't go through. I kept saying.
Yeah, no, I knew that.
You knew, okay. So tell me where you are.
I'm still in the same cell. They took me out to meet with Dan earlier. I met with Dan I talked to you after I met with him, right?
Right, yes, you did.
All right.
Oh, yeah, we spoke twice after that, but you said, you were hoping somebody was supposed to come by, and then a nurse or somebody to check you out.
A psychologist came by, spoke to me. She's like, okay, when I go back to my office, I'll write the report. And then hopefully by tomorrow.
Okay, well, at least that's new. I didn't know that person came by, so that's at least one step in the right direction. So she has to write a report that you're okay and you can go back.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I thought you said there was somebody else that had to, I don't know, a chief or somebody you said had to.
Yeah, sorry. I missed the last 30 seconds of what you said before I shut down.
Oh, okay. I said, I thought you also said something about a chief that had to come by.
Yeah, the chief.
Charlie, if you're talking, I'm not hearing. Charlie, if you're talking, I'm not hearing. Honey, if you're talking, I'm hearing nothing. Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Charlie? You can't hear me. Damn it.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
Charlie.
an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey,
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, last thing I heard was you said, and the chief, and then it just went.
He was supposed to fly. He's the same guy who said he was going to call Dan back when I first got here, and never called him back. But Chief Mac, he's the chief of the whole jail, come by and check me out.
So he has not been there yet.
He has not, but the psychologist, PhD, whatever she is, she came by, and I said, listen, I'm fine. I'm getting claustrophobic.
Sure.
Like, used to looking outside of a window, you just out into the pod, and this is like you're sitting in like a block. Like the same kind of cell that I had before, but I could look out the window into the pod. Here, it's like a box.
Yeah.
So you can't see. It's a mirror. They can see in, and you can't see out.
Is it any help? Can Dan get this guy to come sooner? Would that be of any help?
Chief Mac runs the fucking jail. Doesn't care about what we're calling.
No.
Right, it'll come slower.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the psychologist thought you were fine. So it's just a matter of waiting for that and waiting for the chief.
Yeah, she said she has to write a report, and then it's fall, and maybe tomorrow. Yeah, I got 33% left on my phone, and 2:50 in the afternoon. So I got It's okay, because once it hits the 15%, if you switch the low battery saver on, and then I can probably get that. But it's like, you just isolate. Like, I'm used to being able to talk to people, move around, chat at myself. It's like, you're doing the complete opposite of what I would need to have done in this situation.
I know. All right. It sounds like if it's not today, they'll do it tomorrow, but hopefully today. But they're not in a rush, Troy. You're in a rush. They're not in a rush.
It's like, it's bad enough all this happened, and now I'm like taken out of my normal surroundings. And
I know.
Put into like a solitary. I mean, I get why they do it, but this is like, it's, trust me, it's the bed on like a plastic box. I rolled up my mattress upstairs and brought it down here, and it's just my bed sitting in my box. Like a 3 feet by 6 foot box. Put on the ground in the center of the room, where I'm used to walking back and forth in the middle of the pod. Now I just like walk up and then around the bed and then back. And it's like,
and it's the same story with like they'll shut off the phones at 4 and not till 6:30 back on. Is that everywhere? Yeah.
And I'm
hold on. Just checking in. Okay, Bree just checking in with me. Okay.
I talked to Dan.
Yeah. Then.
He's like, and he's working hard. He's still in Tallahassee. I thought he had left. He's staying here an extra day, I guess, to write up. So whatever it is, if they open up an inquiry, they ask the judge.
Okay.
The investigation, the main lie. He said, listen, it may be the kind of thing. 9 months from now, the juror writes something stupid on a blog, and they investigate, and they find out, like, and they find out something, and they're able to open it, and then it could possibly lead to an appeal. I basically got the judge let a lot of stuff in to the case. And he did that because he didn't want an appeal. You get the harder the judge rules, I guess there's more repellent issues that can come up, like if that guy, Hankerson or whatever. I guess the harder the judge rules on issues during the trial, the more likely there is to have a appellate issue. If the judge is in favor of the defendant, the more likely there is to have an appellate issue. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So, my general feeling, this is just my feeling, I'm not a lawyer, but my feeling is that he ruled, if anything, he gave us the benefit of the doubt because he didn't want there to be an appellate issue.
Yeah. Is that what Taylor thinks?
Well, I mean, he made that comment today that the judge ruled in our favor a number of times. He let him bring stuff in. And I either said it or I heard it, that he meant it, that there's not going to be, let things say that we're not wrong. I mean, you have to either say that the judge could tell me didn't give you your due process. If the jury didn't do anything improper, things improper, like, what's your reason for wanting to do trial?
If there was an appeal, would it have to be in Tallahassee, or can you move it? Because I don't understand why they wouldn't let you move it. I don't. It was blatantly. I mean, look, I have. I didn't say this to you before I picked up the phone, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things for Roman, taking care of some things through Steinberg. It's just, Dad's been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I called her. She said, I'm going to gather everything up and I'm going to drive down. So she and Rick got here about, 10 minutes before you called so that she could work with us because we got a couple of hours of stuff to take care of for Roma. So working on that and just a lot. But you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay? So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, Charlie? Shit. You can't hear me again, right? Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm sorry. The fourth time that they cut the line each time. But to pay for every minute, but they keep charging every time you reconnect. They say that doesn't happen. Listen, it's that he's in this room that so the psychologist, they want to make sure he doesn't kill himself. So the psychologist finally came, and he said to her, if you leave me here, I'll kill myself. There's no light, no nothing. I'm in a cement block. Let me go back and see where I am. Nobody, please don't leave me here. And spoke to him for a little bit. She said, no, you're perfectly fine. I know that. I just have to go back and, I've got a few of these reports I have to write. Once I get those written and then submit them and then get them approved, you'll be able to go back. So he thought he was going back like in an hour, but she better get that thing done because I'll lose my mind in here. It's all spirit on the inside. All you see is yourself. The lights never shut off, day or night. These fluorescent lights, he says, are on all night. He said, I just want to go back where I was. At least I know people. I can see people. This is here. I'm in a box. So he's just... What? I'm sure he'll call back or just keep getting disconnected. I didn't even know what they wasn't signing code. So I can try to very tight. Because I don't want to. I want to. But probably not getting it. I think it would be a nice way to just leave you alone. I'm go to prison. He didn't do. I can't push it. I'm not that strong. And I also know how he, in a year and a half, his body and everything has slowly started to deteriorate. I'm old. I have a life. We had a great marriage. Happy, we traveled, we lived good. I really am not unhappy. And I'm more than willing to just say goodbye and let me lie down. It's nothing painful. I just go to sleep. We bought our cemetery property a couple months ago. We're good. I'm good. I went into this weekend because I said something that made her feel like I had enough, and I'm not going to watch it. If it's going to go well, I know what I need to do. Now, something was wrong because we lived here 9 years. She's never once just come over and said, I need to talk to you. I'm sure sexual so down on the couch right there. I was sitting here, and she didn't say, "Look, Mom, this is a horrible time for all of us. Charlie's on trial for his life. We're all aggravated. But if this is what you're thinking of, just sat there, and she said, "But if you're suicidal, I'm going to make arrest you." So I said, "I'm not suicidal. I'm fine. I'll get to see the boys tomorrow night." Yeah, Sunday night. Great. Now, am I suicidal? Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do. Perfectly honest, I do. And we'll do it together. We'll do it together. Leave a note. They'll know when to come and get us. And we'll do it together. The boy. Look, got to make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if we'll make it out in time. I really don't. Because Dan said, you might, or you might do all of it, get to the airport, and they'll stop. And that could happen. It could happen. I don't know. But it's worth a try. I've tried and tried and tried. I don't know what I'm doing. I've lost it, but I don't know what I'm doing. And we have to look at stuff for women. So that's argue with that. What do you think? How does it want to be done? With stipulations as to who's in charge. And it's up to bonus held in a trust. And there is the volume argument under 100 and the trustee. And from the trustee and the volume then the trustee on 30 minutes. If somebody would be watching. So, I would make some effort to respond after this call. If you would do that, I could sit here with you and say, would you do that? I can't because no response. So, did you tell her that I could call George? No, I don't get it. I don't know how to get in touch with her. So I said, let me ask George. So I said, George, I can't get in touch with her. Bondage told me my lawyer to call her lawyer if it's about the case. And if it's not about the case, I have been Sure. When I said, I just got off with Charlie, he's worried about you. He wants to know why. Oh, because I said, yeah, we know you never ask anything about your brother. And she doesn't. And she told me it's because her lawyer said she shouldn't ask. But we found out it's not true. But we just got off the phone with him.
And he had no attorney. Her attorney said,
I never told her that.
But I've never confronted him.
No. So I wrote this last night. We know you never ask anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him. And the first thing he asked was, how's Wendy holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that you never called us or asked about him. I just said, we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. But then she didn't answer. So then I got another call from Charlie that night, and I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Your sister never even called us, is the truth. So she says this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Dear Mom, I know you were upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger. We don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. Who she was. When I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth, as I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statement for Charlie's trial. Again, I didn't say that. Also, as you know, I do know. My lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else about this case. No, about the case, which is true. We've never done it. I followed his advice despite your disagreements with this guidance. Please do not text me about this case anymore. Not about the case, is it? Not what I said. About her brother, and that he wants, how are you, Wendy? How's my sister holding up? Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you have anything further to say about the case, please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. So I wrote back, okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I just want you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie, right? We will need to give you some information shortly, and we need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. I have a space here. I want to give her codes. We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information. I have the cemetery property. I want her to see all that. I want her to have all these papers and the wills. I want her to see all this. So please let us know if you can be of any help. The other thing is the visa, which she would know about. No, I said we need some business assistance. Please let us know. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people to help. And then she always gets nervous if we want to talk to her. So I wrote, don't get nervous. Again, nothing, in capital letters, nothing about the case. Just would like to show you some business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand that it has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. And then I wrote, by the way, you said you have to focus on the boys. Have you told them? So when I got George before, I said to him, because I was over there last night, I said, well, I asked Wendy, but I haven't gotten any word from her, so did she tell the boys? And he said, she did. Now, I know Ben was very close. He was writing to Charlie all the time. So I said, how are they? Ben was very quiet. He didn't really talk much. He says, Lincoln kind of faced it and said, so he's never coming home. He's never coming back. And so he said it took him 10 minutes and he was into basketball. I said, fine, he's a child. That's okay. I don't want to see them miserable and upset. That's not my goal. I just want to know how are they. So that's what I said earlier to George, because it was the technical stuff that I couldn't do on the computer. I think just that we were out of it. So, and he's a computer tech person. So I said, can you help me with some computer stuff that I can't get done? And he was on some business calls, so that he texted me just before I could be there, maybe 5:30. Would that be good? I said yes, but if I can get stuff done, then it's no.
I told Rick
we have the photos. We have to get them downloaded. And the other thing I don't understand, how my daughter could help me with this, we've been looking it up over and over, because things change if there is extradition from Vietnam. Because we've looked at all the places. I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's no extradition. Oh, really? Good. Maybe she knows about. Maybe she can look up the extradition issue before we waste our time.
She's going to tell on you that my parents are in the country. My lawyer told me. But if you mention it to Wendy, is Wendy going to tell somebody?
Well, you tell her beforehand. I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk and has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with Mom and I and some decisions that we have to make. Yeah, I know you want to bring her up and show her where everything is. It's a plane crash. No one's going to know where anything is or who belongs to what. So I would like her to come up here so she can see it. I don't think that's asking too much. She can live 3 hours away. Every time she says, can you do this? Can you come here? Can you do this? everything. How many times do we have plans that I really can't and have to cancel? Wendy needs us for this. Wendy needs us to babysit. So we've been really good nannies, and I guess our job is up. Because now the boys are older, they can go out with friends, they can do things on their own. So she doesn't need grandma and grandpa. Okay, pretty hurtful. I have one son that I don't speak with. I have one son who's close to being dead. And my daughter, whom I love, is doing this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I said to Harvey, I swear to God, our family was cursed. Absolutely cursed. And I don't know how to take care of it anymore. So, I'm going to try to do these Rick is better for you to sit at a table than a chair. I know, just click it off. Because there's phone numbers and emails up under our faces. So I have to at night shut off the sound because it doesn't stop. I'll show you what we did. The hotel, because you need an address to put on the visa. Nothing knows where we are. Just some address. Whatever it's not want anything this one equated. When did it tell you what the price is, or do I have to go on OT? Probably have to go on. Yes. Which one is this? Is it called it again? Like this, Thomas.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
Charlie.
an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To refuse, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Mom.
Hey, honey, what's the matter?
Hey, so, yeah, nothing. The phone just went down, so it took me a while to call.
I figured it did it like 5 times already, and then when I was talking to you, I realized you're not hearing me, so I waited and waited.
Yeah. And then I tried to get my PIN number to work, and then my PIN number was in use, so I kept hanging up and calling back. So sorry.
Oh, I knew it had to be something. So
I go anywhere.
Did you hear the part about Rick and Susan are here? Did you hear that?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, so there's a lot of things that need addressing very quickly. And I called Susan. It's basically a Roman, and it's because certain accounts had to be pulled. Not because we wanted to, but we were forced to. So I needed to straighten things out for Roman, and I had to do it fast. And Susan was very kind, and she and Rick got here about 10 minutes before your first phone call. So they're here, and she's doing all kinds of paperwork with Dad, and I'm doing some other stuff with, we're going to get everything straightened out, okay? It has to get done, and unfortunately there's a time on this, which I wish wasn't the case.
I don't even know what to say.
There's nothing to say. You got shafted is what happened. You got shafted.
No, I fucking knew it. I mean, it wasn't even like I just should have gone with my gut and like fucking hate myself. It wasn't even. It honestly wasn't even. It wasn't. It was literally like you get an appeal, 1 in a million. Go get a fucking new retrial. Most people who get a new retrial don't have a case like mine. My case will have more median on the retrial than there was on this trial. There is no way. I mean, what am I going to do? Get another case in Tallahassee? Going to move it to somewhere in the Panhandle? Like, wherever you try this case, it's going to be the same shit with the bloggers and the press and the this and the that. It's like, Dan said to me, like, look, it was very real. He said, look, we're going to try. We're going to look at everything. You never know when something pops up. 9 months from now, a juror could write something that's stupid, and you can find out something was done improper. But then, you got to try the case again, obviously.
Right.
It's like the same, it's like we went in there with the same mentality. But it's like what Kaplan did for her closing with all the lines and the made-for-TV drama of all of what she put up. Like, there will never be another outcome with what she did up there, with the pictures being left up there for 5-10 minutes at a time. Like, she dumbed it down and put in a bunch of lies, and it was like, and she dummied
it down for a bunch of dummies, and it flew.
Yeah, and that's who was buying it, and she put on her Tallahassee show and put on some emails that were written by somebody else and took segments of the text messages out, and then and then twisted everything around and shoved Wendy's, the white successful girls book that she wrote, that she was so proud of while she was visiting Tallahassee, in the book. Like, what does that have to do with me? It makes people hate you. They hate you. And you're hating on them in their town. Now you're here. That was not a closing of, like, evidence or, like, credible people. It was the closing of, like, what do you think's going on, guys? Use your noodle. If you think he's guilty, he's both guilty. Like, if I would have known what I was dealing with, trust me, I would have followed my fucking gut with a lot of things.
I know. Believe me.
It was a fucking joke. It was a fucking joke. And instead, I don't follow my gut. I don't listen to other people that really give me good advice. And then I sit there and I'm like, believing in the system. Like, no, maybe the system works. The system wasn't meant to deal with cases like this. Not when it's on the radio, TV, newspaper, bloggers, podcasts, everybody at the house having their blogging. It's just such a fucking clusterfuck. Yeah. It's nothing else but that. To the point that you're putting in things that have nothing to do with the case and you're closing. Nothing. Made up friends, made up things they say you said, like, so Dan said, like, look, you gotta be strong and, like, you're gonna have to, like, make a life for yourself in prison until you get out. So you can win an appeal and get a new trial and then win a trial and then you get out. You got to get all 12 people in that next trial go your way. Not 11, 12. That's all. That's all. It's like, trust me, if whatever it had this time, it's going to have twice the amount of people next time that are paying attention if I would have won it on appeal. Like there's not other people that are trying to appeal the same case. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
So I just feel like I feel partly like a fucking idiot for not going with my gut instinct.
Believe me, I know.
Like it's not like I voiced my opinion on things, but I'm fine. I'm fine. I just go in and out, like just going, making me go crazy in this fucking cell.
I know.
And I think about it, and I'm fine, so I think about rolling. I think about other things, and I just lose it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like, I called up Janet.
Yeah.
I told her, asked her, she's like, oh, of course I want buddy.
I can't say it again. I told her what?
She wants
them.
And I don't know, I'm not kicking you out of the house. I just need I said, the place is either going to get rented or sold. I have no idea which one. It's my parents who are going to be dealing with it. But she's like, well, when I move out, I won't want to take one of these 2 TV sets. I go, Janet, don't take the fucking TV set. I'm like, you're going to leave a wall and you're going to go put a TV set on. I'm not buying a TV set. Like, go buy a TV set for $500. You can buy a 16-inch set. Not a TV. I'm like,
you got to be kidding.
Yeah. I thought she was kidding when she first said it. Seriously. I think she was serious. And I'm like, Janet, like, it's got brackets on the wall. Someone's going to walk in, and the place has to be shown. It's either going to be rented or sold. It has to be staged. You can't just pull it off the wall.
Exactly.
I thought she was kidding. She was serious, but I said her straight. She understood when I said, like, the place can't look looted. It has these big brackets on the wall. Just they're used TV set. Get yourself for $500. You can buy a 16-inch set. So she understood. But I said, listen, I'm not kicking you out of the house. I said my parents will probably reach out to you by maybe Friday or something, or instead of them calling you, I said you call them. I told her that you got the seat cushions at Jerry's patio. I guess we probably already paid for them, right?
I did, but I could send her a picture of the paperwork and she can go get it.
Yeah, she said she would go pick it up for you. So you don't have to go up there and do that.
Yeah, I think
it's not like that.
2 more days. So.
Okay. So I told her that's great. I'll tell my parents and you can pick it up. Yeah. And I said, listen, I don't know what they're doing with the house. I don't, I'm not going to be there. I don't, it doesn't like it.
We'll deal with it. It's just that, we've got a few other things that have to be done. So I'm not going to rush, and I'm certainly not kicking her out of the house. I just want her to.
Yeah, so I said, Jen, it's not going to be like you leave the house in the next week or two. It's not going to be like that at all. But I said, just be aware that I do need to do something in the house. I said it costs me a couple $1,000 a month to maintain it. Right. And obviously, I was able to help you out for the last year or so. But it's not going to, like last year and a half, I'm glad you were able to make use of it and enjoy it. But I said, I can't keep paying that kind of money every month. Yeah. That we got to do something with it. I go, actually, I need the money. So she said, she understood. But she doesn't think she's going to get out and leave that key. So.
That's okay. I'm not rushing her. But I am happy, though, to hear that she wants the dog because she really takes care of him. Yeah, she's happy and she's good with him, so it's good.
She's good with him. She's attached to him. He's attached to her. They get along good. And he gets along good with her little dog also. Yeah. So he's going to be well taken care of. And, they shouldn't have put me in this room and it's getting 10 times worse instead of me walking around with a basketball court. like getting in my room. I'm like in a fucking box.
Yeah, they shouldn't have.
It's just four walls. And it's like, I just, it's bad for me. It's bad for myself. It's all hitting me with everything that I've lost.
I didn't hear the last thing you said. I'm sorry.
That's hitting me with everything I've lost. Like, it's like, it's really like, it's all fucking hitting me. Like, I don't know how I was so oblivious. Like, I was so positive. But it's like, you know, and then it's really at the end of the day, the only thing I really care about at the moment is like, this is how easy to grow up with me in fucking prison. Like, you know, it's like, you know,
look,
it's that.
very young now, doesn't understand any of this. He'll still be talking to you. To him, it's not going to be any different. He's not going to know any different.
No, that's all he'll know. It's like, that's in prison, they'll let you in. I got to come down to Florida. You know, I'll never be the dad that, like, takes my kids to the baseball game or go to the ball with them or does anything. It's fucking horrible. It's literally mental looking.
Yeah, I know.
And then they say, listen, Dan said you gotta make a life for yourself. Like, Jesus, this is like, I mean, especially where I am with ADD and like, just being wired to always go, and do this stuff. And like, this is like,
It's insane. I know it is insane.
it's like almost fucking nightmare. Like, I'd rather be.
I know what you'd rather be. Just take a breath, because it's going to take a little time for you to get out of this place. I'm sorry that things haven't moved you. You may not even get moved tomorrow at this rate.
I'm hoping tonight or tomorrow. Yeah, it's already really come back around. But it's like, I haven't talked to him since I felt out. I mean, the thing is like, I had it in my head, like, all this plans I was going to go do and see and all my life over again. And it's like, and everyone was saying how good everything was going and everybody's so upbeat. And then I sat there and it was a 2-hour presentation and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, it was Avon. She told it like a story. She put together Avon. Like, no, you know, you can't like, that was the whole case. I mean, it was done after that. So I turned to Kate and I go, Kate, this is not good. That's all it was on the face. She shook her head. Like, she knew what they did. They fucking lied, dummied everything down, exaggerated everything.
Lied and twisted. I know what
lied and twisted. Like, every time I was sitting at the table, Dan kept saying, like, during the trial, he goes, they don't get it. They don't get it. It's not that they didn't get it. They didn't want to admit to what we were saying because they would have to confront it. So they were just, like, talking over us. It was really weird. It was like every time we said something, they just ignored what we said. You know, it was...
That's what it seemed like. I mean, people who saw Dan's closing all said, oh, my God, amazing, amazing. And then she went on and really said nothing of value, just a lot of crap. Just
future content. Like, beyond a reasonable doubt, like, you got to pretty much, in a case like this, you got to know what happened if you're going to say this is what happened. Like, you got to prove that this is what didn't happen. Not like, oh, I think the Chiefs are better than the Dolphins. Okay, vote for the Chiefs. Like, you got to know. You don't know if you weren't there. It was like, if I would have, all I could say is if I would have known. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. But I feel like people who have more knowledge than me did know. If I would have known that this is what I was walking into,
I know.
I would have.
I know what you would have done. I know what you would have done.
A whole lot differently. I really thought it was a fair shot, and like, You know, I attended that, and when Willie Meggs came out and said, what you have here is not evidence. If you want to wrestle with what you got here now, go get ready for your civil suit. I mean, I thought that was a pretty strong language for someone who's been doing it for 43 years of the evaluation of a bunch of emails and nonsense. Like, I didn't realize that can be spun into put the baby on with autopsy photos. It's like fucking insane. I mean, I just wish I wasn't so positive and in such a mindset of like it's all opposite. Like, what the fuck was I thinking?
The same thing we were all thinking. The same thing everybody was thinking because we saw what was going on until the end.
Yeah. I mean, like, literally, like, it was like everybody was, it's almost like she knew she was losing. And then she pulled this out and just was like, here, a bunch of third graders will eat this shit up. Look at what they're shitting on Tallahassee. Look, she wrote a book. You know what she said in that book? You know what the name of that town was? It was a little town in the middle of nowhere. Like, and then she even went and quoted, I didn't even hear what Wendy said, but she's like, even his own sister said, when they asked this, she responded with this. Like,
she, you know what she did. She lied, she twisted, she turned, she did everything, and these people couldn't see it. They couldn't see it. I don't know, or they didn't want to. Maybe they just didn't want to.
She's their savior, Tallahassee, coming in. The good folks of Tallahassee versus the bad folks of Miami. The bad folks of Miami. Good folks of Tallahassee. Anyway, I'm fine, but I start thinking about all the time.
Don't drain that battery, Charlie, so that you have something left over. Because when can you recharge that?
Tonight.
Tonight.
Yeah, after 11 o'clock, we'll come get it.
Okay.
So we'll get back on.
All right, and then you'll let me know what's left on your phone, okay? Because I may have to put money on that again.
Yeah, I call and you collect.
Oh, good. Okay.
Good.
Oh.
Yeah.
I just have to add my account. That's good.
So Rick, I'm going to call Bree in a few minutes. So Rick and Sue Sagan are there with you.
Yeah, they're in the other room with Dad. And I'll go back in there because, as I said, she's working with Dad and I'm doing stuff with Rick that has to get done. So
You're setting everything up for roll.
I am. Dad, hold on. Dad just walked in. Say hello to Charlie for a minute. I'll go back in there. I don't have it on speaker. Okay. I'm going to say goodbye and let Dad talk to you, okay?
Charlie? So,
thank you for taking care of stuff for Roman.
yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Yeah, they came down, Susan and Rick came down, and that's what I'm taking care of to make sure that he's taken care of properly, you know.
Yeah, no, that's really the only thing I care about right now is that I get taken care of.
Yeah, that's what we did. I got it. Actually, Susan did the wills, and it was in 2020 when it was done.
Yeah.
So I got that. I just wanted to go over a couple of things, and make sure that it was good for him. I know, and the good thing is, I know that it was good for you when we did it. You felt that was the right thing.
As long as I have enough commentary and food on the phone, money on the phone, I'm fine. But my need is very different nowadays. But I'll be fine, Dad. You guys just take care of yourself. Don't get yourself sick overnight.
No, yeah. We're I just want to be able to talk to you. I just want to hear your voice. It makes me feel much better. You know.
I call you guys all the time every day.
Yeah. That's what we have to do. Yeah. We have to talk to each other every day, and
so you don't get a heart attack.
yeah, I won't. I'll try my best not to. Okay. I'll try my best.
Just keep taking it so you don't get upset.
Yeah, I'm trying my best, John. I'm trying my best. I love you. I love you so much. I love you so much, hon. I hope you get out of that the confinement that they've got you in now.
Yeah, I do too. It's crazy. I haven't even been here 24 hours. I'm fine.
Yeah. The mom was saying that the psychologist did the evaluation. She said she's got to do some paperwork, and then they'll get you out of that.
Yeah, they'll get me out of it. I'm like, put me back in my same pod. I'm like, I'm fine. I'm getting quiet. I know. A box with like no windows.
Yeah.
And then I got 3-inch windows to be frosted, and the windows that I used to be able to look out in my pod or mirror in here. So it's like you just see yourself in front of the mirror.
Yeah.
One way glass.
Yeah.
So I have to see what I look like for the first time in a real mirror in 2 years.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
true. You're still very handsome, though.
I just need to help people. I just want to make sure Roland's taken care of.
I will. I'll make sure that, that's our job now, Charlie. To take care of him for you. We'll do it.
Yeah, I trust that. I got it. Maybe take a trip up to Canada. If you can't take it, but if you can take a trip up there.
Yeah, we'll try to do everything we can. Really.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you could go over there and see about it, that would be great.
Yeah, we will. We'll try to do that too.
Okay. I'm trying to give them a call now. I'll let you get back to Rick and Sue, okay?
No, that's fine. Okay, I love you. We'll talk later, okay?
All right. I love you, Dad. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, I love you. I love you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Charlie. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, bye, Charlie. Take care. Talk to you soon.
The caller has hung up. Hello, this is a free call from
an automatic voice message system 919.
an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free call, press 2.
If you would like to permanently block your number from receiving calls from this facility, press 6.
If you are satisfied with your message, press 1 to listen to your message, press 2 to erase and re-record.
If you would like to permanently block your number from receiving calls from this facility, press
6.
Hello, this is a free call from
Charlie.
an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey, bro. How's things going?
Good, but jealous of what I'm eating.
What are you eating, big fella?
Lobster
Lobster bits? Oh, lobster bisque. Oh, that sounds delicious. How's it taste?
Good.
Yeah, yummy? Is it nice and creamy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it nice and warm?
Yeah, it is. It's super warm.
That's awesome, Roland. That's awesome. That's good to hear. You're having a good day, buddy?
Yeah. I'll close tomorrow.
Yeah, Yeah, but you didn't have school today, so you got to go to the park with Mommy, right?
We didn't. We didn't go to the park.
No park?
Nope.
You didn't go to the park?
He had errands to run.
Oh, did you help Mommy with her errands?
Yes.
All right. I made the call time. 3:57. Another 30 seconds, I wouldn't have gotten through.
No, Mommy tried to answer your first call, but I was a second too late because I had just brought up.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, great. So how's my little Roro doing?
Good.
You can take a bath?
Yeah. You take a bath tonight?
Took one.
You what?
Already took one.
Oh, you already took one. So you're having some soup, and you're going to watch a movie, and then maybe get some sleep?
Yep.
Sounds like a good night. Did you get to play with any doggies today?
Yeah, you had Tuck and Jagger. Very good. But no doggies tonight, right?
Yeah.
Just Ellie, right?
Me and Mommy.
Nice.
Wait, Ellie's currently in the dryer because Ellie also took a bath.
Ellie took a bath. Is he getting dirty?
Okay.
Hair.
That's good, Roman. You know how much I love you, Roman?
But I love you so much more. So much
Well,
more.
I don't know. Dad loves his little man.
Love your daddy.
You think so?
You're not helping my tummy.
No? So what are you going to do? Can you get yourself a note out of Mommy first? It's on the couch. I think that would help. And then she get that, okay? And then you can come back and eat some more. You okay?
By the speaker. Yeah.
No, I'll speak it now.
Listen, be careful you don't hang up on me because I can't call you back for after 6:30.
I won't. Fingers are off the little side button.
Yeah, I'm just letting you both know I can't dial loud now. Yeah, dude, it's all fucking hitting me hard. I'm just
So I read, hold on, you are on speaker now because you haven't opened it yet, baby. It is not opened. I see the wrapper still on. Would you like to put it in the fridge so it gets colder, or do you want it room temperature? Hold on. So I just read something online that was put out on some Twitter news about the defense team and a juror.
Let's see. I want to get
Yeah, I can't talk about it, but I can talk about it.
You can talk about it. I can't. I'm just saying. That's how close the Katie's getting bothered that 10,005 minutes whole planet knows.
Well,
yeah.
I'm just telling you what I read.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just something they're going to look into.
Well, people are having a really big shit about that. Let's just say people that were celebrating are now like, what? No.
Dude, I'm not on speaker, am I?
No, of course not.
I mean, dude, it has to be, you have to file an appeal within a year and a half to 2 years. You have to win the appeal, okay? Then you have to win the appeal, you have to win a new trial. They don't give new trials for just nothing. It has to be a humdinger of a fucking appeal issue to throw out a new trial. I mean, it's either jury misconduct or they're fucking up, one of the two. Otherwise, you got your verdict.
I still have that annoying cough.
So it's either going to be a fucked up juror or it's going to be a fucked up judge issue. Other than that, you serve the sentence. And even if
people online, they're like, oh, it's some businessman, and like someone I guess that was in the courtroom like said, we all know who that is.
Yeah, there was one guy that was like a 50-year-old white guy that was just on the medical that looked like he was successful and whatever. I don't remember what he did. And he was someone that would have been like a juror of my peers. Not like yeah. He was acquitted. He was a juror of my peers. So that's why the state backed him off. His dad had a 20-year veteran sergeant in the Army. And, then he worked in the post office after retired as a sergeant in the Army for 20 years. And then you'd have, all these black women that look at me as some making a point. You being a playboy. You being a playboy. I'm like, dude, I have like 2 girlfriends in 3 years. That's not a playboy. Like, so there were others like, what did it have to do with this trial? I mean, like, in between, did I date 1 or 2? Or like, but for the most part, I mean, I had 2 girlfriends over a 3-year period of time afterwards. It wasn't a million girls.
Dude, you were a successful single dude, not married, no kids. Who cares?
Yeah, and it's like I was a dude for long-term relationships, but the point is, it's like
you weren't trying to get serious. These girls weren't like.
And you emphasize, man, like all these women. Yeah, if you want these women to hate rich playboy Perry Donald, and you want to make you look like a scumbag. That's why when you heard I not say Danny, you wanted to know her age. There's only one question in the world why you would ask her age, and that would be to make me look bad.
Yeah, I know. They tried to paint a false picture,
Yeah, it's all about painting a picture. It has nothing to do about the fucking evidence. Like, I thought it was going to be a trial with evidence. Oh, this was how old is Bree? How old is Bree? That means you got nothing else to ask me.
What does Bree do for Dave? How old is Bree? Is she the mother of your child?
Yeah.
Oh, and then I'm closing our eyes. Let's talk about Wendy's book.
Oh, like, okay, what is Wendy's book? Wendy's book means that she's fucking successful, smart, and shitting on Tallahassee. What did you say about that small town on a small stop in the middle of nowhere with weight civilization? It sounds like
well, and who cares? Wendy's book has nothing to do with you. That's the thing. That's what made me mad. Nothing. I don't have anything to do with it. She looks good. Yeah.
It's a fictional book with fictional cities, but it's modeled after where. Right here. Where's the small stop on the way to civilization? Where's civilization? Miami. So you see the picture? What does Bree do for Dave? That's why I made a point of saying, well, she started working for Dave
after college. Yeah, thank you for adding that, because everyone thinks I'm just some dumb kid.
Yeah, no, I purposely made I made it said 4 years. But I think I said she finished Dave. I graduated from college. She went to go work for Dave. And she was 24 and I was 39. So, I mean, like, diffuse that one. But, like, what she wanted to hear, and you're not the 17-year-old man, didn't you? So, how's that work out? But that's not what happened. Like, she wanted to.
You did this all planned so you can control your sister's love life. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I go, no, Dave's a great fucking catch.
Everyone loves Dave. That needs to be like a forever quote. Everybody likes Dave.
I made a point. I didn't talk about all the money he made from selling his company. I spoke about on the wire. I spoke about the fact that my nephew farted on his head. They thought it was funny and it didn't bother him at all. They really love those kids and he loves my sister. So that's
father himself that also loves your nephews. Yeah, that's the point you made.
Yeah, he's got 3 kids. My sister, I think I said, he's got 3 kids. My sister's got 2. It just, if I care about my sister, I thought she'd be missing a great opportunity considering how much the guy actually truly cares about her.
It's like his little family. Yeah.
Well, and I'm like, and it was also in April. April's got Dave's birthday, April's got Hunter's birthday. So I ran their wire in April, so they had tons of Dave chat. So,
but you also said, you were like, well, I guess I just like Dave more than my sister.
Yeah.
I mean, stop talking about Dave. Everyone liked him.
I mean, you got to say, it wasn't like we were sitting and talking about 4 or 5 different guys from Wendy who were like trying to get on a different website and dating this and dating that. No, the conversation was about dating. It wasn't about something. They did great cash, and I made a good point of that. Like, she tried to make it out to be like I'm running her life. Like, yeah, say don't buy a house. Yeah, but what they took out of context is I also said I could give her 5 good reasons not to buy a house. Like, 1, you're a single girl with 2 kids. A house is nothing but maintenance. 2, you could buy a house and then you go down a lot in value and not come back and just be a sale. I bought a house that took 10 years to come back.
BS. But I said you got the fact that this is advice that family gives family, and they are projecting it as like controlling or everyone has a thing family.
Again, like maybe I know more about homes and real estate. And I think the issue at the time was if she could have bought that house, she could only live so far outside of the marital home. So, like, if you only allowed to move within 10 miles of the marital home, let's say, and that house was 13 miles away, well, she could have put a down deposit down on it, and then Davey could have been, like, waiting for it to keep going, and then, like, use that as leverage against her or make them lose the down payment. And I wrote that in that text. But all that gets lost. All it is, hey, I got her to pull the plug on the house. Yeah, but what about the other text I wrote that day where I could give her 5 good reasons not to buy the house?
Yeah, I was really upset about the whole, and Dan was obviously very upset about being able to show actual proof instead of just what they're showing. Because there was a lot more in depth to a lot of things that they said. Everything that they said, actually. And yeah, that is.
Yeah, I mean, there's logical reasons behind it. I'm picking up the catering for my dad's birthday. Like, trying to get him something really nice for his 70th party. And that was the 70th party. And I was big old catering. Like, I know that was a super nice present. But like, oh, don't you mean present? Don't you mean something else? No. I mean, present isn't present. Like, 5 weeks before his party, I haven't done anything. I'm trying to figure out what we're going to get him. Like, that's not, doesn't that sound suspicious? No, what you do is like a few weeks before your dad's birthday is discuss what are you going to get her? It's warm bog. Oh, it coincides with it. Okay. Oh, and TV again. Here's the TV again. Like, play off the fucking TV. Like it's TV. Honestly, the TV's about 5. By the way, my mom said that on the 3rd call. She said the TV is about 5. Don't you think the TV was some magical code spit it out somehow on the 1st call? Don't you think she would spit it out on the 2nd call when she asking questions?
First of all, how old was your mom at the time? She's trying to, discuss with you about something that, it's...
So she was 10 years ago, 15 years ago, if you bought a TV, you could get for $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. So if she went and said this car is about 5, I wouldn't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, baby.
But a TV...
Pardon? You unlocked it? I mean, did you shut it off? Did you hear the beep that it's ready to open? Well, you can if you're listening for it. Do you want me to go check it? Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. But I'm just saying, the TV was that cost a couple $1,000. So she was trying to say that she should have said they asked for $5,000. That's what she should have said. So when she says the TV is about 5, I'm like, They asked for $5,000? Like, okay, so this magical code, once she says 5, I repeat back to her what they asked for in plain fucking English. Like, that's how much.
And you did. That's the thing.
Yeah, there's no code. I mean, there's no code. There's no code for TV. There's no fucking code. It's like, it just happened to have come up. My mom happened to have picked that item of all items. But if you're trying to get in the queue 15 years ago, and you're standing at someone's house, and you're like, hey, these items can cost $4,000 or $5,000. The TV would be number one choice.
Right.
It wouldn't be blender. And, it wouldn't be bed. It wouldn't be dresser. TV
I mean,
is about $5.
Honestly, it really innocently adds up to like the bad joke that you made, and you sat there and you're like, okay, yeah, worst joke of my life, obviously, because like a comment that I will forever regret saying because
they deliver another TV. Oh, my sister had a repairman come to fix that very TV. 18. You know what that makes it? A fucking coincidence. You know why? You know why that couldn't be my sister's alibi? I'll tell you right now why that would have never been your alibi. TV repairmen are the most, any electronics repairman can cancel on you at any fucking time. Half the time they tell you they're going to be there from 8 to 12, and they bump you to
that's actually very true. They have a huge, yeah, that's not something that people would depend on to be an alibi.
How many times does the TV man, because the repairman, is scheduled to come to your house at 9, and they cancel you, they have an emergency, and you get bumped to 1 to 5. Or they call up and they just cancel altogether. If you were to create an alibi, wouldn't you just put yourself on the other side of town, make an appointment for yourself somewhere, go somewhere on the other side of town this morning?
Be completely out of it, yeah.
So she goes completely out of her way to get to a repairman that probably 25% of the time she will just cancel, no show, or change the time. She goes all out of her way to do that, and then, as Kaplan said, she can't help herself. She has to drive to the crime scene and see if it was done. Oh my God! She actually was going to buy a bottle of Polish bourbon.
Surprise! Another coincidence, actually, because you saw the flyer.
Which you would make the biggest deal about in the world if you went and bought a bottle of Polish bourbon to celebrate that night after you drove by the house where your ex-husband was shot. But except for the fact that she has an invitation requesting her to buy a bottle of Polish bourbon a week in advance, what they don't realize is that that's the only liquor store she ever went to. So she only knew about that liquor store. My sister never drank. So she's like the way I still go to the Nova South, the one right across the street from Nova Southeastern.
Yeah.
She goes ahead and drives the same route she's supposed to go, totally out of her way, an extra 5 miles, and she happens to drive by on the way to the liquor store. She couldn't help herself. Like, come on. These are coincidences. But you know what? You put them all together, it makes for a real nice PowerPoint.
Yeah.
You know, the same way that, like, he called the landline at his parents' house. It's been my parents' home since 1979.
Oh, no, and I liked Dan's comment. He said if he was trying to be so secretive and like call from a landline because that meant something, he's calling from his own cell phone to his parents' landline. Like, it can still be tracked. It can still be recorded. He's not trying to do something. He's not like, hey, you know what, give me a minute. Let me call you landline to landline.
Yeah, I'm not saying, hey, Bree, let me borrow your cell phone for a second. I got to call my parents' home phone. I'm not calling my parents' home phone from a burner phone. I'm calling from my very fucking cell phone. What could I possibly be hiding?
Yeah. No, I know. I caught that. All of this, I know.
There are like 24 calls out of 33,400 times we reach out to them. Because that these days is landline. It's a big secret. It's 2 telephones. One fucking cell phone that I've had since 1995, called my parents' phone number they've had since 1979.
No.
that circumstantial evidence, because we can put up a pie chart that shows 99.8% of the time you don't call that number. Very suspicious. No, it's not. It's got nothing to do with nothing. Oh, no, it doesn't. We got a little story here. Like,
the simple fact is, these jurors had their minds made up. And I don't
she was throwing coincidence after coincidence after coincidence. But if you look at each thing she's talking about, you know, the TV, the bullet bourbon, the repeated repairman, the phone call to my parents' house, like, you looked at everything through a microscope, so every little thing you pick up, you're like, aha, he called his parents' phone number. Very, very odd. There had to be a reason why I called. Probably they told me, call the home phone. Not hiding anything, but they made it look like this was one big setup. I'm just flabbergasted, depressed, shocked. Like after the fucking conversations I had with you this weekend, I was on cloud 9 hearing what everybody was saying.
I know. And I wasn't saying it just to say it. I was sitting in your parents' actual comments. I don't know if your mom told you that. Like actual, literal screenshots of everything that I was seeing. And I was like, this is amazing. This is so good. And when we spoke Sunday night, I had no doubt in my mind. No doubt.
I can't even fathom it. I mean, I'm putting together my parents have the, I guess, I don't know if they told you they got the lawyer in the house with them now.
They have the what? I'm sorry?
They have their lawyer at the house with them right now. But they do a trial for okay.
Yeah.
So putting together some room and taking care of it.
I don't care about anything. I only care about.
No, I'm not going to listen. I'm just telling you. Like Dan told me, I gotta start making a license that's like literally like, listen, don't give up hope, but don't one of the things don't hold your breath. It's a long shot of getting in appeal, a longer shot of getting in trial, and then a longer shot of getting it in this verdict after I saw the shit she just did on the jury poll that we had to pick up. It just tainted. I mean, Dan, when we were picking our jury, Dan was worried. The state wasn't worried with the jurors they were getting in there. The couple of jurors that were going to be good for me, they got them all. They could keep it in the five, get them all. And then the people who would have been a jury of my peers, get them all.
I've gotten a few comments like to me directly on Instagram, and like again, I don't post anything. I mean, I posted like the little stories that disappeared in 24 hours, like Roman rock climbing and stuff like that. No, but I'm saying I've gotten a couple of comments, literally direct messages, and I don't respond to anyone, saying I'm genuinely shocked by the verdict.
No, well, the problem is with the jury of my peers. And you got to get it all. They would never would have passed the questioning. It would have been like, what do you do for a living? How old are you? What's your education? Okay, get them all.
Yeah.
You don't get many successful white middle-aged guys coming out. If you get them out, you got to get them all. You're left with the, no matter what, you're in my peers.
There's some lawyer from New York that well, I guess follows me, but he messaged me and he said, to be honest, I wasn't expecting that. He said, Charlie doesn't deserve this. Your son doesn't deserve this.
Well, people think anything start dialogue also, so just be careful. Reach out.
I don't respond to anyone.
Reach out, totally take your side when you feel like warm fuzzy.
I would never, no. I'm not stupid.
But I really thought like I gave away all my stuff. in here on Sunday night. Now they got me in a cell that literally has shit on the wall, blood on the wall, shit on the ceiling. You can't do it. I got a mirror double window look at me at the box.
Is it a glass mirror? Like, why would they put that in a person's box if they call it like?
It's heavy duty, so they can look in, but you can't look out. But it's heavy duty safety glass.
Okay. So it's because it was like when you said mirror, I thought for a second I was like, and then after you got the phone, I was like, wait, if they're like evaluating someone for what you say that you're being,
because I was security glazing, so they can stand in your window and look at you. There's cameras in there, so you can't look. No privacy. The lights don't turn off. Fucking blood splattered all over the wall. Fucking nasty. This is fucking monster.
I cannot. I truly am. I'm like, I know you didn't, but I'm saying, I barely slept last night, and then when I did crash, Roman woke up at like, he had never slept over it himself, so he woke up at like 5 something and was like, "Can I go to Mumpy?" And I said, "Yeah." I was at that point, I was like half asleep. So he like went down because his new house is in like a very modern home, and it's 3 floors. And so I heard Roman like go downstairs first, and because their bedroom is on the 2nd floor along with his son and his daughters, and we slept in his daughter's room last night. And so Roman went downstairs and then came back upstairs, came to the bedroom, and was like, "I don't know what room it is." And I guess he made his way into their bedroom and then I looked at the clock and it was like 5:15, and I was like, "Dude, I'm going back to sleep. I'm just gonna take over." And she did. She woke up with him and was with him until I woke up at probably 30 minutes before you called.
I'm shocked and extremely sad. I'm also realizing everything that I've told everything. Like, I mean, not giving up hope.
I'll never. There's always hope for me. I hope you're not going to get that hope.
No, I know. I love my house. That's probably going to be sold. I think I'll probably sold. My clothes are going to get knocked up. They never wear my clothes in. They never walk into my house again. They never sit and have a beer with a friend again. They never throw a football with my son. They never take him to do anything. They never be there for any special night. It's fucking culture break. There's no idea, the thought of all that. Everyone's it's watching a box, watching the world alive. It's torture. So fucking crazy that this is behind now.
You don't deserve it. This is not the life that you deserve. That you are the most amazing dad and person, honestly, the most amazing man I've ever met, and there's no way.
I'm literally going to pray I'm more than likely going to spend the rest of my life in prison. More than likely. More than likely. I'll come out of the box. There's no other way to say it.
Okay, but there's still hope, okay?
I'm just saying, we saw what hope looked like yesterday. You can try that case 100 times. You're going to have good service, and you're going to have, you're going to be putting on TVs and TV repairmen. You're going to end up with the same fucking result. That's the kid. So, listen, I'm going to be strong. I love you guys. I'm going to live this getting to see Roman when I get to see him. But right now, I don't want to see it because I'm not trying to get back.
Like I said, when it comes to him and when it comes to this, I am here to help you through getting through this forever, okay? That means you're just going to live the rest of your life, okay? The rest of my life. Okay, and when it comes to him, I'll follow your lead. You just tell me, okay?
I just hold anything I get contact with. I cannot keep it from class. Nobody like, yeah, I cannot do it the class. But it's crazy. This is how my life ended up. Fucking insane. Like, from where I was.
I'm gonna let you live in now. Yeah.
Hey, I love you, but something about me kicked off. Let me call you tonight.
You can call me tonight. You want to say bye to Roman really fast?
Hang up in 30 seconds, so just tell him I said bye, okay?
Okay, I will. All right. We'll talk to you in a couple hours, okay?
I love you. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Hello, this is a free call from
Charlie.
Say goodnight to that, okay? That'll make
An incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free call, press thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, Roro. How you doing, buddy?
Good.
I love you, buddy.
I love you more.
Oh. How was your dinner?
Good.
Yeah, what did you have for dinner?
Sausage.
soup.
Sauce.
You had
Sauce.
Did you have lobster bisque?
Yeah.
Nice. Did Ellie have any?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No for Dada.
No for Dada. So how's it? Did you take a shower?
A bath.
Took a bath? That's good.
Because we don't have a shower curtain.
Not in your bathroom.
Oh. Baths are fun anyway.
Or mommy's bathroom.
Yeah, I bought one and it didn't fit, so we had to take it back down.
Oh.
It was a working one for a minute. But yeah, Rolo's bathroom house. He takes bath anyways.
I could shower, man.
You're a big boy, right, Roro?
One day.
He said, I'm a man.
You're a man fan.
Anyways, I love you. And how's work?
Work's good. It's keeping me real busy, Ro. Real busy. Dada's working hard.
This is all gonna be over soon.
Yeah, I know, buddy. That's exactly right.
So,
Love my Roro.
did you not know? Instead of B-Stars, we found a new game which is Country Stars.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Games of Country Stars, and then me and Tamar get trying to fight over the levels.
Right.
Because we're both on level 15, and I'm trying. Mommy lets me play like of the middle of the night. And Ken plays it in the morning, but he doesn't play it a lot, and it gives me a chance to get my stars to beat him and get to level 16.
Correction. I let you play when you wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and Mommy still needs sleep.
Wow. You must be getting good at that game, Roro.
He's so good. He will get gold on these songs, and it's like you just have to tap the beat through like 30 seconds.
It's diamond.
Yeah, mommy's really good.
That's
So
all.
like the game only goes up to like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It only goes up to 5 stars, and then the first one after 5 stars is gold. The next one's platinum. The next one's diamond.
Gold, platinum, diamond. That's how it goes over there.
And mommy said it's over diamond.
A beast. I'm a beast of the diamond. Okay.
That's awesome, Roman.
You're a man. I'm a man.
I'm not a man.
Mama's the best, right, Roman?
He's a man.
I'm the man at Country Star, right?
I'm the man at Country Star.
You are the. There you go. I'm the girl at Country Star. All right.
She has got 1 platinum and 2 gold.
I know, but she doesn't like to play. She doesn't feel like she's good at the game. She doesn't like to play as much as we do. I think Mumpy's very good when she does play. She doesn't feel like she's good, so she doesn't play as often as me, you, and Tess. But she doesn't love country music as much. You have to love country music to want to play that game, because it's all country music, right?
Songs like rap, pop, or
There's country pop and there's country rap, but it's all country, right? Who's your favorite country singer? You want to tell Guy?
Dave Morgan? Kenny Chesney? They're talking to the phone so I can hear you better.
He's thinking. He went to go get his.
and now I got his number.
He has a platform charger, so I plug it into the wall, and it's like this little black circle that just sits on the nightstand, and that's his phone charger. So he has like an old phone that I had from like 3 years ago. Obviously, it doesn't have 30. You know this, yeah. And then so I bought this like orange big rubber case for it, and just his like apps, and that's his phone. And he wants to play with his favorite. But do you remember who sings it? Do you remember names?
Morgan Whalen? Kenny Chesney?
Oh. Did you hear the Joey?
No.
Wait, you didn't hear it?
No.
Oh, man. Roman was singing it. It's Flatland Country, I think, or something. I don't know. It's some. Actually, I don't even know the band. But Getting By is the song, but I'm not familiar with the band. Roman really likes that song, though. I think as far as artists, yeah, he likes Morgan Wallen. And Roman, do you remember who sings 5'9"? Tyler Hubbard. Tyler Hubbard and some Kenny Chesney. Yeah. And some Kenny Chesney, of course, because he's your son. You there?
Yeah. Yeah, Kenny Chesney's my favorite.
We know. I've got a little YouTube playlist plus a little Spotify playlist that I'll play in the car. Right in? YouTube? $4. Oh, sorry, I'm getting.
This one. Oh my God. It's not like 10.
I'm going to spend $4 on that?
Yeah, that's it. You get the point. Pop point. If I do, I'm gonna dance.
Yeah. So you can do a little dance. How about you talk to Daddy first? And then Mommy will do it. I like your son is completely naked doing his dance. And after this... Oh,
is
go
my
ahead.
on speaker?
Nope, not anymore.
Okay. You think he'll like it if I get him a guitar for his birthday?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to look into what kind of guitar you get for a 6-year-old, and I'm going to get him one.
He would love that. I mean, clearly country music is the way to go, and he loves music. This is his only, I mean, you know how many, like, the immense amount of games are out there for kids, like, especially on a phone, on a device. This is the one game that he plays. And I love it, and I let him do it, because it's all about music. And he has gone from, he'll go back to, like, the BeatStar game, which is, you know, the pop, the rap, the hip-hop, and stuff like that, but Country Star is his, that's all, he loves the music. He learns the lyrics, he sings, and he loves music. So, yeah, that would actually be...
I'll look into that. I'm going to talk to my parents.
I have one. You're on speakerphone.
It'll be like something easy to do for a starter, you know?
It would be for... All right, here, Brady, go ahead. Okay. I just bought something for his phone. All right. I have one of mine. All right. So you have that, okay, baby? Mommy will talk to Daddy, and then you can say goodnight, or do you want to keep talking to him? Do you want a moment to talk to me, or it's up to you? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I thought you were talking to him.
Oh, no. No, I'm just leaving it up to you. I didn't know if like, you wanted to just talk to him, or if I...
Oh, no. Talk to both of you. And if he feels like talking, I would like to talk to him.
He wanted to do one quick song, so we give him 2 minutes, and then...
Yeah, do that.
Because right before you called, I promised him he could do another call.
Yeah, let's do that. Just walking around myself. Don't say that, right? I'm worried about my parents. I'm so upset about the enrollment. I'm upset about losing everything in my life. Like, I just don't anything. Like, I mean, I get why they go to therapy, but like, realize what's going on. You just lost everything. You know, before I had hope, and now I've got. I mean, it's literally to get an appeal would be a fucking miracle. To get a new trial would be a bigger miracle. But I just saw what a trial was like up here. Do you understand the big charge? My sister would have lost the trial also. That jury would have fucking hung any Adelson that showed up there. My daughter that showed up there.
No, I know.
It was a fucking joke. Like, they literally, they put it together at the end with books and TVs and my best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick and Jeff Lacoste. And, like, you don't have to believe this. Like, don't believe the people that are the key witnesses in the case. Look at the book. Like, yes, my sister wrote a book. Yes, she's very educated. Yes, she's a lawyer. Do you think any of those people are a jury of her peers?
No, I know. I literally was. I got a DM from Ryan today.
Get the fuck out of here.
Of course I did.
What did he write you?
His exact words were, "What's up, Bree? Question mark. How are you holding up? Question mark." Charlie, it has taken everything for me not to respond. He follows me. I don't follow him. I stopped following him years ago.
Yeah, don't even fucking respond.
I wanted to say, fuck you. How the fuck do you think I'm doing? Honestly.
Yeah, let's leave it.
You know what? It's not beneficial. I'm not going to say anything else.
Yeah, don't even
The
respond.
audacity that he has to even to type something to me right now. It's disgusting. He's disgusting.
Check in and see how you're doing.
No, it's not brief. It wasn't even genuine. It was more of like a haha, how you holding up? It wasn't like a hey, I'm here for you type of fake line. It came off as like a
yeah. That's the feeling right from your son's trust fund.
Oh shit. And honestly, it took effort. And I was like, you know what? No, it's not beneficial to me. It's not beneficial to try to say one word back. So I haven't.
So I have nothing. I'm just trying to, like when I'm here in jail and I'm fighting and I'm going to trial and I'm all fucking pumped and I know we're in good shape. I'm all excited. I'm looking forward to going home. I mean, it's like a fucking crash at work.
Oh, Roman went to school that morning, and Charlie, I felt happy. I felt relief. Honestly, after the weekend.
I think that weekend they were telling me what people were saying, and I was like, oh, so those are probably people that are probably people that would be my peers. People that would be the jury of their peers. This is not a jury of my peers. I mean, they're flaunting in their face that Wendy's writing a book and taking a shit on Tallahassee and making fun of them. Like, you know,
by the way, that public is also, they're now having to repost Wendy's book to reference. No one even spoke about Wendy's book this entire time. No one. Not even people that were against you. No one spoke about Wendy's book.
No, Katherine, found that. And, doesn't that sound, it sounds just like Tallahassee. And it's a small town.
No one was even talking about it.
There's one line in a book called The Weight of Civilization. Isn't that remind you of me in Tallahassee and the weight of Miami? What the fuck does that have to do with me or anything?
Right.
You know what she did? She rubbed it in these people's face that this author is making fun of all you Tallahassee people all the way to Miami. That's exactly how it comes. It's telling you how it comes across.
It did.
I mean,
no, absolutely.
It literally rubbed it in the face. This author on the way to Tallahassee, she's making a joke while she's getting ready to leave Tallahassee. Rubbing it in all the face. Making fun of people in Tallahassee.
Shitting on the people of the small town.
Yeah, she's basically shitting on the people of the small town, making fun of them on her way to Miami. Should stop. Just to stop along the way to civilization. We people are not civilized. It's just to stop. The name sounds just like Tallahassee. Why did she have a fucking pick a name just like Tallahassee? I don't know. But I didn't write the book. But guess what? If I'm some dude in Tallahassee making $35,000 a year, guess what? I don't find that really funny. As this girl who's getting millions, as you think, on the way to Miami. She's on the way to Miami, leaving Tallahassee to get her millions in Miami. Making fun of you Tallahassee people on the way out the door. That's
no one in the past year. I have not seen one comment, and I'm speaking from people who have been speaking out against. I'm looking at those. No one has even brought up these books. No one.
But that's the closing. That's the closing. That's your best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick even said this. Breeze, Wendy's writing a book. Making fun of you Tallahassee people on the way to Miami. You're too stupid. The things that she was saying in that closing was putting those pictures up there, leaving those pictures up there, while making fun of these people, cost me my life. Even your sister said, she took my sister's words out of context and said, it made it seem like even my sister doesn't believe me. It's basically how she
yeah, pretty much. Or they were trying. But no, you're supposed to start there and instead the X.
Yeah, no, there's all these coincidences. Yeah, a lot of coincidences. Take all of that out. Use your common sense. If you think you're stupid, use your common sense. Like, when you word it like that, you gotta go joking. Use your common sense. Gee.
Because you personally have now been put down.
Well, after, yeah, you guys have been put down, you've been made fun of, use your common sense. TV. The TV repairman, the TV joke, it's not mentioning TV, all surrounding. What is it surrounding, guys? Show them how smart you are now, Kathy. And then go ahead and put a picture up of, a horrible autopsy photo. Sit there and look at it, and that's what I'm talking. Take it seriously. Like, dude, that jury, and we had a jury consultant that had a team that was like the best that you can get, like the best that you can get. It cost a fortune. It cost a fortune to give him a shot of getting out of here. I didn't stand the fucking chance. I mean, I don't want to say what I should have done, but like on the phone, I'm not saying it, but I didn't stand a chance to out there. There was no chance to be had. There wasn't.
I truly thought there was on Sunday night.
You thought
on
there
Monday
was?
morning. Of course I did. A conversation on Sunday?
I think with a fair jury, without the shit that she lied about and manipulated and twisted and closed in.
Until that point, I 1,000% thought that it was going to go in the opposite direction. A conversation on Sunday, Monday morning, I dropped home after school, and I felt so good. I honestly, I felt relief, and that is that's big.
I felt like I got off a great start on Friday, going into the weekend. Dan said things closing.
Yeah.
Look at how you shake your hands. Dude, her closing was a Dateline special. For you folks from Tallahassee, it's pretty smart. It was basically as Wendy smarter than you guys with their little code talk. There is no fucking code talk. There is none. TV has nothing to do with the code of any kind. So why doesn't she just say 5,000? Well, I said 5,000 for her. I don't know why the fuck she's saying the TV. I mean, sometimes you'll say something because there's other people around you. You don't want them to hear what you're saying or know what you're talking about.
Other people, like your sister's book, you use your mother's comment, and all to get to you, and that is completely unfair and unjust, to be honest. They painted this, and you sat there and you spoke on everything. You sat there, you told the truth. You answered every question. You had an explanation for every, you shut her down multiple times. It's completely, I've watched everything, Shirley. And so when you spoke on Sunday, I literally was like, there is no doubt in my mind. No doubt. And there wasn't.
Worst case scenario on jury. Like, I sat up there, I answered direct questions. He asked me the questions, I'm giving the answers. He got an answer for everything. Okay? Well, you don't have an answer for everything. What you have is the TV, and you got Wendy's book, and you got Don's emails, and you got talking about birthday presents. Yeah, my dad's about to turn 70. So I was going to erase this text. I don't even know if she meant that to me. I didn't even erase the text. I didn't think it was important. I don't know why she told me to erase the text. So, I didn't even erase the text that she sent.
Probably because your mom's older and we're trying to plan a surprise party. Delete your text. Because anything for Roman purpose,
Did I erase the text that my mom sent me to erase the text? No, I didn't even delete it. It was never deleted. So, you're jumping from one thing to the next, and it's like, oh, they must be talking code. They must be, my dad's birthday party's coming up, and I paid the catering. What's the, but everything is pulled and twisted, and it's like, instead of talking about that,
mystery.
they
figure this out.
These people from South, she's like, you're arrogant. You think you're untouchable. Like, you're giving those words that, yeah, it's easy to say the good-looking doctor is arrogant. Why is he arrogant? I'm not arrogant. I'm sitting there, my mouth shut, like, take things out of context, and then they cut and paste all these different lines from, like, transcripts. And I'm like, but they're not saying a whole something consistent. It's got context to it. You take any sentence out, it has no context. You know, you can't, if you're taking any sentence out, it's like, is he joking around? Is he being sarcastic? Is he talking carefully? You know, like, is he, you know, is there a reason why you're saying that? Like, there's context to everything you say. You know, it's like saying, like, oh, I'm going to kill myself if my car doesn't start tomorrow. I got to be at work at a certain time. Okay.
No, this person is immediately suicidal and needs to be locked up.
Yeah. Did you just say you're going to kill yourself? You didn't make her. How many times did you say she's going to kill herself? No, she was just saying it related to her car not starting. She has to be at work at a certain time. But you take it out of the line. I mean, everything has context to it. What is the context and what does it say?
And you explained it all. And I guess now seeing it, I guess you didn't see the chance. But I truly felt even Monday, I felt that you did. That's why I can't believe it.
I'm in shock. Like, I'm in shock, and the consequences couldn't be like, it's totally fitting in what the consequences are losing up here.
Yeah, you didn't get just a slap on the hand, Charlie. You're dealing with the worst case scenario, and I can't.
What is they going to give me? What, like 30 years? I guess right. That's what the other people got. Life plus 30 years. Like, holy shit! You're putting up fucking emails and text messages and context while you're taking my life away. Like, I've never seen it, you know, and then saying, well, you don't have to believe the witnesses. Well, who the fuck else are you going to believe in the case? We've got emails. Like, it should be against the law on a first-degree murder case to be showing somebody else's emails that are so inflammatory that you're going to fucking hate me because of them. Right.
Not hate you. Dan was right. He looked at you and he said, you don't have to like him. You could think he didn't even say this. And I'm like, but no, you can think he's arrogant. You can think he's a playboy. You can think he's all these things. You know what I mean? But what you have right in front of you, is it enough to put someone away for the rest of their life?
Yeah, especially when you don't believe the witnesses. You don't believe the witnesses. You don't have to believe the witnesses. Look at Donna's emails. Look at Wendy's book. Look at this code talk. Like, that doesn't, like, I mean, if you take, like, all the lies she was talking about, look, even his best friend did it. Well, you quoted someone who I didn't even know in 14 as his best friend. Like, if you take out all that shit, and then you want to go ahead and say, like, you know, he said, I'm going to go call the cops, but he never called the cops. Like,
I'm going to put the FBI on you.
Or, like, I mean, that's proof. That's proof. You don't have one reliable witness, but that's proof. And then she, like, sends the jury instructions for, like, you know, like, if you reasonable doubt doesn't mean there's no way possible. It just means, you know, more likely than not, you feel the person guilty. Well, okay. Like, you know, I understand that it's not an everyday story. It's not an everyday event. But
it's what happened to you. And look at on top of
it already happened to you. Like, it's not even a he said, she said. It's like, look at Donna's emails. Look at this. She changed the kids' names. Dude, they even said the only reason that the Markel children see their grandchildren see their grandparents is because my trial was coming up and it wasn't going to look very good for her. She didn't allow them to see their grandparents. She changed their last name. She erased them from their lives. Like, there was reasons for everything. None of which was to be vindictive. Like, just holy shit. All that, what do you call it, exculpatory evidence? Is that what you call it?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm make sure I'm using the right term. I may not be, but like all that, like circumstantial, indirect, email, TV, code talk is like what they base it on. Slam dunk. Slam dunk. They don't even have to go back there and deliberate. They know what's going on. This fucking bitch from Miami thinks she's so smart. She took a big shit on you with her book and laughed all the way to Miami and made her millions. That's basically Georgia County. Like, no. I mean, why don't you think she's asking what does Bree do for Dave and how old is she? Like, what the fuck does that have to do with this trial? Just trying to paint a picture. They don't have to prove a case. They just have to paint a picture. And here's the difference too. It's one thing not to like somebody, but it's another thing to make you think that person doesn't like you.
Right.
So she didn't just try to.
No, she didn't try to say this is why Alicia feels this way about you. We said this is how this family feels about you.
This is what the family thinks of you, Tallahassee people.
Yeah.
That was the approach. This is what they did to you, Tallahassee, on the way to Miami. These people think they're all like, you don't know what happened. You know, and I gotta tell you, I knew this was gonna be a fucking sham a long time ago. Like a long time ago, I knew this was gonna be a fucking sham. And I should have done something about it instead of just sitting here thinking that I was gonna oh, it'll be okay. Dude, our case, Dan said, couldn't have come in any better. Because if he was told that the case was going to develop and, you know, his questioning and everything was going to come in the way it did, he was very pleased. But the truth is, if Kaplan's going to tell a bunch of lies and then tell everybody, whatever I say in closing, you don't take as truth of the matter. You got to rely on what you heard during your testimony. Don't rely on anything either the defense or the prosecution says during closing arguments. That's horseshit. The people aren't going to close their ears. That's the most captive audience right before the first 2 hours of the morning, right before on the day of deciding to hike. What do you think? They're sitting there going, Kaplan said it, but I didn't hear the questioning, so I'll disregard what I just thought.
You know what I want to do? I want to send Ryan back, I don't want to say anything, words. I want to send him back the receipt.
No, that's do nothing. Trust me. I'm giving you the message, but I can give you do nothing, please.
All right. I will.
Because I'll tell you something, I am going to have lawyers get the checks that he did the fraud with, and I'm going to have them take it up legally with him. So don't even start pitching, not getting in the pitching contest with him. He's a pretty ridiculous guy.
Just the audacity to have him to even try to even message me is disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah. So he feels like a piece of shit because he knows he got made to look like a piece of shit on TV.
No, I think his actual message, if I can read between the lines, it wasn't, hey, how are you in Roman? It was, what's up, dude? How are you holding up?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's on the phone with it.
What's up? How are you holding up?
So when he is trouble, just putting one more person out there trying to cause a problem. I would ignore it. Trust me.
I will not say
I'm going to take care of it. Yeah, don't say anything bad. Please don't. Somebody's going to fire him up, and he's going to be mad enough when he gets arrested.
Yeah, that's true.
Like he did institutional fraud and embezzlement. I think the attorneys will have more fun with him than you will.
I promise I will not say anything at all. He knows that I was on Reddit, I think, because I have to like approve messages from people I don't follow. And actually, a lot of these messages are actually very nice and in your favor. So I've been reading them. They're nice to read.
So just don't respond to him whenever you do.
So you want to know Tim's humor?
Yeah.
Tim's actually calling me now that stuff. I'll call him back. When I showed up last night, obviously I texted my mom. Rowan was already with them, and then that's when I got the text from her mom saying a verdict. So I literally had keys in my hands, like ready to go to the bed. I didn't think we were going to get a verdict at all yesterday. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go get Rowan. I'll bring it back home, and then I'll focus on it the next day. So when I got that text from her mom, I was like, shoot, okay. So like, put it on live again. And so when I showed up at Tim's house, he was like, hey, want a glass of wine? Want something? Honestly, I was sick to my stomach, and I said no. And he was like, well, can you do me a favor? Can you pour me something? Yes, you may, baby. All right, hold on. Here, yeah, let me wipe my face down, okay? And then Mommy's going to come to bed. Yes, you may, of course. $41,493. Oh, 41,453. Yes, I think that's a good score. Good job, sweetie. You're getting so good at it. All right, let Mommy use a face wipe, okay? And then I'm going to come to bed and you get the sample. Of course you can. Of course you can. Yeah, so I showed up and he was trying to get me to, he essentially needed to pour a glass of wine over me. And he had in his account, he bought a thing of bullet bourbon.
Oh, fine.
And he has been checking in. He took Roman this morning. I had woken up. My mom woke up with him, and I woke up I slept in for about another hour and a half, went downstairs. My mom left when I was on the phone with you, and then Tim came downstairs and he was awake. And then after we got off the phone, Tim took Ro to Krispy Kreme to get donuts for breakfast.
Oh,
and they both came in wearing Krispy Kreme hats. And he has a little Krispy Kreme hat, and Tim has been so supportive, so nice, so sweet. I didn't say that to spread you. I just meant that Roman is good. I'm just saying it. He's talking just because he has no clue. Okay.
Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm going to miss out on so much. I don't even want to.
Tim literally cried to me about what's going on.
understand, dude. You don't understand what I lost.
I know.
Dude, I can't even believe it.
I know.
You guys have no idea, dude.
I know.
It's literally like I'm with a bunch of fucking animals there. Dude, it's not even, it's mental fucking torture. I asked one of the officers at the DOC, you should have contact visits, and he's like, I don't know. He's like, we kind of changed everything after COVID. They may not even have contact visits. It may just be a fucking sheet of glass on the phone.
No, no. At some point, you're going to be able to have contact visits. That's not the thing.
It should. It depends on the facility you're at.
Okay, but they can't forever just say no contact. No. Charlie, that's going to happen, okay?
I don't fucking know.
You're going to be able to.
Dude, I just know it's mental torture, dude. It's mental torture. Like, I can't imagine not being out in the real world. I mean, like, literally, like, you don't understand what it's like. It's not that, dude. I didn't just have a life. I had a fucking amazing life on the outside.
I know you did. Okay?
They shot in a homeless shelter with a bunch of animals. Picture that. Like, that's the equivalent of, like...
What you're going through, I know.
And I'm going to give people all the same charges. They're going to put you with all righteous. I mean, not to mention, dude, it's beyond dangerous because these people have nothing to lose if they kill somebody. They just send them to different, they can't punish them anymore. They're already in prison. What do you do? Put them in lockdown for a year? Like, dude, they're stabbing all the fucking time in the budget. And people don't even press charges because, like, if you press charges, you're going to get stabbed again by somebody else.
I need you to do what you need to do to stay.
I'm trying. I can't imagine living life locked in a box, watching everything happen around you. Like, it doesn't seem real. It doesn't fucking seem real. Like, okay, when I get sent to camp, the first thing they do is strip you naked and shake your head. Obviously, you have no idea that people do things like this. The people locked up with the rotten to the rotten. State prison is the worst. I mean, look, I'm going to say,
I know I can say this. This doesn't seem like real life, but I think.
Oh, I need you to do that now.
Well, let me see. Sorry, Mommy. We miss Daddy very much, right?
you'll cry, Carmen.
I know. I'm not trying. Try. No, City. I like that one. I will try to do myself, okay? And I do love that song. Okay, just finish talking to Daddy, and then Mommy will do it, okay? All right, baby? All right. Would you like to finish? Would you like some ice water? Yes? No? No, thank you? Okay.
I can't even conceptualize, like, this is reality. My parents are not, I'm just telling you, like, my parents are not taking this well. I can tell you that much.
I haven't spoken to them on the phone, and I can understand why. I've tried to call, but I can understand why your mom is not wanting to talk.
I don't know how to anyone, like, I know they have a word over this more.
Can you say anything to me about if we are worried about?
I don't know anything about that, but I'm just saying, like, I'm worried about my dad's health.
I'm worried about both of their health.
Yeah, my dad's going to be 8 years old this summer.
Yeah.
Like, pretty. I mean, I never spent time with my dad. I more than likely will never spend time with my dad for 3 days again. I mean, it's very possibly never spend time with Roma for 3 days again. I'll see him in prison.
Don't let those, okay, you're grouping thoughts. Please just, for the sake of getting through every day, that is the focus. Getting through every day, okay?
Yeah,
you have it here.
I am. I just think I know I'm getting multiple now. I'm probably going to actually decide on the fucking book. Birthday. So, I mean, that very well could be birthday the day after his birthday.
But you know that you will always be a part of his life.
Great. I know. I'm just telling you, like, I'm going to be strong, but there may come a time in life where I just want to tap out. I'm just telling you, like, there's a point at which you're not
going to tap out. There's no tapping out.
I can't breathe. I'm just saying, right now, I'm fine. I'm not doing anything. I'm just saying, like, I can't imagine living fucking 40 years in a cage. Like, it kills me. It fucking kills me. And my parents destroy me. Literally, my dad drives every time I talk to him. Someone do that. Holy shit. I can't believe the miracle. Like, I literally was like, giving all my food away on Sunday. Like, it was like,
I know.
Like, hearing all these positive things. And, like, I came in Monday and I saw a fucking Dateline special that she prepared for court. Like, a book from Wendy and quotes from Wendy and, like, quotes from Ryan and.
The rug was totally just ripped out from underneath your feet.
Oh, I saw it and I said the occasion, this is not good. I mean, they put the autopsy photos up 2 or 3 times, each time for like 7 or 8 minutes. Like, it's horrible. Like, but it's literally lies and playing with people's emotions and making them think these people think they're better than you, Tallahassee. You show that. Well, that's not what the case is about. And I didn't write my mom's emails, and none of those things were done. It was just saying, like,
you
hey.
didn't write the book either.
I didn't write the book either. And I didn't write those text messages. You know, and like, oh, we sent her a kissy face. Like, okay, I sent an emoji. Like, thanks. Love you. You're the best. Like, it's not like I'm madly in love with you.
I understand why you were doing that now. That goes without question. You explained all of that.
And she said I was dating her 4 or 5 months after. Like, no, I broke up with her that week. That week, we were done.
The fact is that you explained why you were doing that, and that should have not gone further than that.
I wasn't writing poetry to her. You know, and I was completely sarcastic when I said, oh, I got him a gift. What happened was it was the weed I got her from weeks earlier, and I didn't want him to think I was hooking up with her. So I was like, well, if you want, just say it was for me. I just didn't want the guy to come kill me because he think I'm hooking up with him and giving him weed. It was clearly a gift for her. I never got him a birthday party.
I know you.
Which is, I guess, the worst.
And if you know personally, it's easy to understand the things that you say and say, like, oh, yeah, I mean.
On one of the wires, I was joking around. Her kid had a toothache. And I was like, why don't you just blow some weed in his face? And they're like, no, don't do that. I was kidding around, like, no, I'm not a doctor telling people to blow weed in your kid's face. Like, I just said it because I thought it was funny. Like, but I said it, so I must be telling her to blow weed in your kid's face. Like.
We didn't hear about that through the trial, did we?
Yeah, that was on one of the wires. Her kid had a toothache. I called it naloxone for him.
I missed that. Oh, that's okay. I mean, like, okay, bad joke. Yeah, you make bad jokes. That's already been clarified multiple times.
Like, I did say, like, hey, if you won't calm down and blow some weed in his face. He's like, who are you? I'm like, I'm just kidding around. But, like, I kid around about everything. You know, but you want to look at a contact? Sure, I'm telling you to blow weed in your kid's face. Like, holy shit. He was literally cut and paste on it. cut and paste, no context. Like, you know, when they said if you had any evidence, we'd be on our way to the airport for that. Like, we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence to show we were part of something. If it's the police, great, but we're not running to the airport. That's exactly what I meant by it. But you know,
someone came to me tomorrow and said, I know that you did this, and I'd be like, well, if they had evidence, I'd be on my way to the airport.
Yeah.
It's literally that.
Any evidence, I know I can do it. And by the way, I'm not running to the airport also. There's no reason for me to run, and I didn't. Like, you know, I have anything to do with it. You weren't going to have evidence to show I did, and I'm not running to the airport. Like, I didn't realize it was being recorded, and I had to be so. Like, even how it sounds, it doesn't sound bad. The bad part is you missed the entire intake that was being said before for some reason. That was the first thing you heard. So it was like, what the fuck? You know, like, let me take that. And like everything on LCD there, like I explained to her what I meant when I said it and why I said it the way I said it. Like, perfect explanation. Perfect explanation. Like, you know, they didn't mention my name. They didn't know what happened to me. They only know part of the story, or they think they know part of the story. Like, they only know part of the story, but they think that's the story, but they don't really know what happened. Like, that's why I said it exactly like that. And the next part where I'm like, any, you know, did any...
Is that on your door?
I said, it's on the door. Like, anything taking money today? Because she told me she didn't take any money. And I'm like, it's not like you're driving around in a Bentley, you're cruising around in a yacht, because you're saying, like, you're broke. Like, you have no fucking money. Like, he must have said that I was, like, he, meaning him, was said to him that I was helping you out. Otherwise, like, he didn't have anything to do with this. Like, that thing proves my innocence. The thing proves my fucking innocence, and you chopped it up, took sentences out, and, like, when I said that I'm involved, but I'm not involved. I'm not involved in a fucking murder. Like, I'm involved in what happened to me. Like, so that's why
you're involved in the communication after what happened to you. Obviously, that cannot be argument that yes.
But it's like everything I said, like, I know why I said it, and then I gave an explanation for it. She just cut it out, and he's like, "You're not talking very correctly, are you?" I know, I'm talking carefully. It was very reasonable I was talking carefully.
Right.
You know, if I didn't, I would have gotten no fucking help. But it's like, holy shit. Like, that's, you know, and then the Dan stands up there and goes like, you can't believe this person. She's like, you don't have to believe that person. Look at Donna's fucking emails. Yeah, look at Donna's emails. Like, makes her look crazy. Makes her look crazy. And Wendy looked like a smart-ass bitch who thinks she's too good for Tallahassee.
And with those two together, what did that have to do with you?
What does it have to do with me? It's a good question. What does any of this fucking have to do with me?
I know. They can make it look however certain way they want to about those two others. But the fact that they brought those two others and all of that, and their interpretation of all of that, and their picture painting of all of that, literally at the very end of the day, still had nothing to do with you.
Nothing. But they got an Adelson up here. This was the Adelson trial. You should hear the fucking radio.
You said it correctly. You could have had your dog up there, and it still would have been the same.
They would have convicted my dog. This was their fucking Super Bowl. This was their payback. This was their, like, there's a reason they didn't arrest me for 6 fucking years.
Or question you. Not even need to do something. They didn't even try to contact you. Right? I mean, like, that was like
the
undercover FBI thing. I mean,
the FBI guy, and I can only talk so much, but the undercover FBI guy was Latin King gang member, storing up money. Like, there's a reason they got the reaction they got. Like, holy shit. Tallahassee, you got justice. No, you had Castleman telling everybody what my best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick said. I said. Guy who I have one text message with in 2014, and they know that. They know that. They're just lying. Hey, it explains why I reacted the way I did on the stand. We were very close friends, and we had a falling out before they had their falling out. And she just rehabilitated him as a witness. Yeah, so whatever you do, don't write him anything. I'm gonna have some lawyers take care of some stuff and go to the bank and.
I'm not going to say a word, but if they need to text or me, I've got it. Or not text.
Yeah. What did he say? Hey, Bree, how are you hanging in there?
Word for word, it said, Fitzpatrick, what's up, Bree? Question mark. How are you holding up?
Yeah.
And that's that. 11:46. I've not said anything back. I do not follow him. I know that whenever you accept a message, so I think he can see that I've seen it. But I promise not to. I mean, there's so many thoughts in my mind of things to say.
I don't, because when the attorneys follow through with everything, hold low hat.
Stupidity on his part, honestly. I don't think he could. I don't even know what a response he would think he would be given.
Yeah, no. He's just looking to fuck with you.
Yeah, I know. He's joking. I'm not that stupid. And I promise you, I mean, my first reaction was to send a photo of the receipt.
Don't even get it, because he'll know he got you, and then you can start communicating more and more.
Yeah.
I don't even do that.
Not worse. Mental. Yeah.
You go screenshot it and send it to someone and go, what a piece of shit.
Yeah. Wait, send it to who?
Someone and go, what a piece of shit.
Oh, I already did. If it is your Yeah.
Have you talked to someone?
She hasn't responded in an hour. So she texted me about a few hours ago, asked me how we were. And then I responded back and I was like, well, LOL. I mean, how do you expect me to respond? You know, very sad and focusing on moment. And she sent a heart, and then she then texted me back again. She said, hey, when can you speak on the phone? And I said, give me a couple days. And I then sent her the receipt and sent it to the people. So it was actually really funny that you said that, because literally word for word.
Yeah, you can do that, but
I'm not going to go in towards, anyone. There's only been one person. She claims to be some, attorney and chef, and, she is non-stop. When I try to
some of these people still pretend to totally be on their side for the sole purpose of getting a guy wrong.
Oh, no, this person has just been totally against. I mean, literally every 20 minutes sending, just messages. And I said, and then she called me, said that I, I'm poor and uneducated. And I said, well, so I did respond. And I said, well, actually, I have an investigator, what they do, here in Raleigh. They're going to find out who you are directly. And through the attorneys that I work with, it's very legal. And so I was basically saying, you're an idiot because I'm poor and uneducated. And then I said, as an attorney, I feel like they would have better things to do than sit here and try to troll a 5-year-old innocent child online at night. Like, what are you doing? It says on her thing that she's an attorney, and I know of her because June and I have stayed in contact. I mean, June, even after the verdict, June texted me, and like we talked via WhatsApp, and she was like, "I hope you're okay."
Yeah.
And then she responded to a little screenshot of me holding my hands and a sad face. Like, she's very sweet, you know. She's not that bright. She's very sweet.
She's not bright, but she doesn't have a me bone. She's not bright at all, but she doesn't have a me bone in her body. She looks kind of like a boy. No, she's not me. That's one thing I can say.
She's not me.
Definitely.
And another thing was her and I, like, following each other on Instagram and, like, having this friendly thing has just set off a whole, you know, so, like, I even jokingly commented on, like, one of her, like, posts, like, we have a, like, oh, I'm thinking of so many podcast names. And, like, so via text, we're like, oh, we should start a podcast, like Charlie's Angels. Like, I mean, obviously joking, but, you know, I mean, she's a very sweet girl. And I, you know, and she's genuinely, so anyways, this one girl that I tried to get messaging.
It's purely getting. She's not doing that for any ulterior motive.
Oh, no, I contacted you.
Okay. She must have been happy that you contacted her.
She felt relief. She felt it was not in like a she contacted me and I should be like on the worries of like how this is gonna. No, I contacted her, and after her testimony and seeing things and our names being tagged together, I did not like the online like bullying. And that is, you know, I told your mom this, and I felt it for her because she was being attacked. She was being, I mean, her looks, I mean, and they were going in. And I felt really bad. I contacted her, and she said that, yes, well, she's very insecure. She's gorgeous. She does not need to feel insecure, okay? And yes, she obviously cares about you. She's still in love with you. I mean, and that's, you know, and I think us talking through, I mean, we didn't really talk about, you know, past stuff, but we've pretty much both apologized for things, you know? And when I say things, I meant like we literally just said like things, you know, like, but this is someone, ultimately, Charlie is someone we both care about. This is the father of my son. We still care about us. Okay? Like, and it's just, I mean, I don't know. Honestly, on Sunday, if you were to get home and you're like, I'm getting back together with Jim, I would have been like, great. Like, I mean, no, I know that. I've never made a comment about that. Obviously, I know you want to, you need, if, when you do get back home, you want to be by yourself. So, I'm just speaking out what our conversation was. She's a very sweet girl, and she has been genuinely supportive, emotionally.
And she really doesn't have a big bone. Like, doesn't have a big bone. She really doesn't have many friends. And she had that one girl, Gia, that she was friends with. But, I mean,
well, this one girl, Comedy, she has this username, weird username. And this is the girl that was sending me, like, multiple messages. And June had previously sent me a screenshot of her messages saying, like, oh, well, a supportive message before her testimony saying, you are beautiful, you are not under the Adelsons string anymore, you're going to do great. Like, it's like supportive, like, message on her Instagram. And then after her testimony, she then sent a message or posted a message that was like, oh, is Bree gonna, I wonder if Bree has named June as Roman's godmother. We both honestly kind of laughed at that. It was actually not funny. And and I was like, I mean, honestly, like we've literally just been laughing at these people and kind of going back and forth. And then today, with just all of these messages from that one person, this person claims to know June when she was little. And so then I went to her profile and it said attorney. And then so I did respond. And I was like, you know what, as an attorney, I think you're pretty good. And I just let her have it with like a little paragraph. And then she just now responded as we're on the phone saying, you know what, all I care about is the kid. And I'm sorry if I offended you. I'm sorry if I said anything out of line. That was literally her. Like, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Complete moron. Ryan's an idiot. I know one of my stories, who's your friend, oh my God, what's his name? Oh my God, the guy, he doesn't have his name as the thing. He sent a like to my photo of me holding Roman's hand. The other dentist in Fort Lauderdale. Or no, he's not.
John Cook?
John Cook. Yes. He liked the photo. He's in a heart on the photo of me and Roman holding hands. Again, I don't follow him anymore, but apparently he follows me.
Tell Charlie to die.
I can if you want. I mean, honestly, I don't follow him anymore, but I did notice, he saw it and he put like a heart on it. And it was literally just me and Roman holding hands. And I posted that this morning. And it was a story. It disappears in 24 hours. So it wasn't like a main post. It's going to be there forever. I have 0 posts that are on there forever. I've archived everything on my Instagram.
Send Cook a message. Tell him it's not.
Okay.
Really, I like them for a little bit. And then I can call you back and you can be up for a while.
I'm going to be up for, I don't sleep. I know you don't sleep. I don't sleep. Okay? And I'm not saying with everything that's going on, I literally don't sleep because your child doesn't allow me to sleep because he's sleeping on me every night.
Maybe the lights on the hospital said so. Got blood on the walls, shit on the walls, shit on the ceiling.
They don't give you cleaning stuff that you can actually clean it off yourself, or do they come in and clean it?
She's on the ceiling, splatter all over the ceiling, blood all over the walls. That was fucking on the floor.
Shit, yeah. You're good at me shit that you're breathing in there.
Yeah,
Roman is falling asleep in my lap. And I have one email to send because I do have work tomorrow. And then, no, I'm going to be up for a while. So please call me if you, again, I told you, I'm going to keep my phone on loud. No matter what time you want to call me, I'm going to answer. Okay?
Yeah, I can give my folks a call for a minute to check in with them.
All right, and then we can talk about anything you want. You want me to read the news of Bravo Entertainment? Anything you need. Anything. Just to get Do you want me to send a message to John Cook?
Yeah, I'll let them look up.
I'm not going to say what's up because Brian Fitzgerald just said that to me, and I hate him.
Yeah, just tell him Charlie was high.
Okay. I'll do that right now. Okay. Call your parents. Okay. And I'll speak to your parents pretty soon. I know your mom doesn't want to talk on the phone, but I've been sending text messages. I told you I would make sure your parents are okay. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
All right. I love you. All right. Bye.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
Charlie.
An incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press
1. To refuse, thank you for using Securus, you may start the conversation now.
Hey guys,
Hey, Charlie.
How you doing?
how are you?
You're okay.
Good. They
Yeah.
let me take a shower, so I
Oh, good.
got out of the cell for 10 minutes and took a shower, and went back into my cell.
Okay. Dan said it could be 48 hours till you get out of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I spoke to him earlier.
Yeah, supposedly the chief was supposed to see me today. He didn't see me, so I guess he probably wanted the doctor to see me first, and come by and see me. Probably
Right.
protocol, you know?
I would think so.
Yeah.
That would make.
So, and I got in here yesterday at 6 o'clock, so hopefully by tomorrow night.
Yeah, because it's really like just 24 hours then. Okay. Okay.
So at some point tomorrow, they'll probably move me out, I guess.
Yeah. I would think.
Because then it'll have been Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense, Charlie. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I want to let you know. Can you look on your phone now, please? Can you, or after, then call me back and tell me how much is in your account?
For telephone, it's probably like $75. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, no, because I had $13 and you got $100 the other day. That's probably the first I've been on the phone a bunch. I think it's 75 on my commissary.
75. Do you need commissary money?
Yeah, just put 100 on the commissary and 100 on the phone, and then I'll be good for a while.
Okay. All right, got it. Yeah. So I got a couple.
Space for a while.
They're wonderful. They ate nothing. They had a glass of water, and they stayed here from the last phone call you made to me. They left, what, about a half hour ago? Maybe 30, 40 minutes ago. They've been here hours and hours and hours. But they truly helped tremendously, especially Susan. So, yeah, that was good. That was good, Charlie. So trust me, everything is fine in that regard.
So all straightened out.
All straightened out, all taken care of. I feel better.
That makes me feel better.
I thought so. I thought so.
So,
yeah. Roman's going to be fine. Bree's going to be fine. She'll be able to take good care of him. He'll have everything he wants or needs. So, you've done that. She's done that big time, way over the top even, that needed to be done. So she's fine. And I didn't talk to Bree today. I think she texted me once, but I'll talk to her tomorrow. Really, so many people are calling, and I'm not taking calls, so don't feel like it. So really, I only called Rick and Sue because we really, really needed them. And other than that, I only talked to you and Dan. So for the next couple of days.
No, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You better off make sure you're taking some Xanax and don't stress out too much.
We're good. We're taking what we need and we're good. So only care about you.
Sound a little better. I'm fine. I guess the only big thing I guess is moments. Outside of that, I handle everything pretty good.
I know that. And in time, because he doesn't know where you are, he's going to be okay, and it will get better. It's just right now. It's just 24 hours old. It's just too fresh.
Because it's longer than 24 hours. Like, I'm fucking shocked. Like, it's a shock going from Sunday to today. Literally, Sunday, I'm giving away all my food and, like, feeling like, you know what? Everything came in the way it should have. Dan is the expert at closing. Closing is his specialty. He's going to go in there and kick some ass. And, like, it was Wendy's book making fun of the people of Tallahassee as a small shit town on the way to her big time Miami. Like, holy shit.
It was stupid nonsense. It was just nonsense that they did.
It wasn't the case. Like, it wasn't the case. It was a Dateline special with horrible photos that would make anybody sick and angry. And then cut and paste things out of context. Like, sentences have no meaning when they don't have a context. Like, what was said before and what was said after. Otherwise, it's just words. Like, is there an explanation? You're not giving an explanation. You're cut and pasting words that look bad. Like, I gave an explanation. I gave context. I gave meaning to what I was saying. Like, they're sitting there. Yeah, they're sitting there going, Donna's got crazy emails. Wendy's writing a book. And what is the name of that town? Like, what is the name of that town?
Anything.
Because it showed that she was like, thought she was so smart and so much better than everybody else, and putting Tallahassee down as a small stop on the way to civilization. Like, she's leaving Tallahassee and she's going to Miami, and she's foreshadowing it in a book, and she's making fun of you people from Tallahassee. And look at these crazy emails. And there's code, there's a TV, there's no fucking TV code, but TV, like, holy shit. Like, this was made for like a fourth grader, Dateline, 2-hour special, that with a southern accent from Tallahassee. Like, it was your best friend, Ryan Fitzpatrick, saying this. And even his sister said this on the stand. Like, even she, who should be his biggest defender in the whole world, even she is saying this. Guys, come on, you're smart. You're smart people from Tallahassee. Just, you know what's going on here. Y'all know what's going on. But I turn to Kate and I go, this is not good. This is not. I never in a million years pictured it being a show.
I know. And as far as what Dan did, it was a brilliant show. It made sense. It was organized.
She belittled it, and she came back and she said, it's not like puzzle pieces. It ain't puzzle pieces. Guys, you know what's going on here. She's writing a book. She doesn't even believe her brother. Listen to what she said. She didn't say she didn't believe him. They're making that up and then putting that in there and then taking a few words out of context and making it out to be like, hey, look, even she doesn't believe that. Come on, Tallahassee people, you're smart. Like, this isn't like, what I saw there was like, holy shit. Like, these people are going to eat this up. Like, this is, they would have convicted my dog if they brought my dog up there.
No, what happened, Charlie, is that nothing mattered. Nothing mattered. They didn't care.
It's also the way it was. It wasn't like they were presenting facts of the case versus facts of the case.
No, they didn't.
You know, they even said, like, our key witness, you don't have to believe her. Well, who the fuck else are you going to believe if you can't believe the key witness? Like, you know, witnesses, real people showing up, asking questions, seeing if they're true on the stand. No, that don't matter. Look at Donna's emails. Like, Charlie's buying his dad catering for the birthday party. Like, no, it must be something else. No, it was paella. Remember, I paid for it. Like, they're trying to pull it over on you guys. You're smart. You guys know. I mean, like, the unreasonable doubt should be like, for a case like this, should be like, you know what happened. Not like you hate these Miami people who think they're better than you. Right? They're arrogant. Who think they're untouchable. Who said I was arrogant or untouchable?
I know. No, I know. I heard it. You were cringing.
Like, who said I was arrogant or untouchable? How about innocent? What's up with that word? Look, like, if your southern accent, you're looking at the Playboy Carried Honest, it was arrogant. Like, who makes more money than you has to be arrogant. Anybody who makes more money than you from Miami who's younger than you is arrogant. Like, You guys know nothing about me. You label me as arrogant. You label me as untouchable. You label me because you're smarter than everybody else, because you're a doctor. Like, you're dressing me up with all these fucking adjectives. And then you get all these people who probably make $35 grand a year, who live in Tallahassee, are hardworking people, and they're looking at you like you're an alien. And then they're reading emails that are horrible, taken out of context. But none of the things were ever done. It was just saying, go be a jerk to someone who's being a jerk to you. That's actually the thing. Put the yellow highlighter on it, and it's like she even wanted to dress the kids up in Nazi uniforms. Like, no, like, there was no attempt to go to Target to buy the Nazi uniforms. They sold out.
It said in the same email, it says you can put on an accent.
Right. So then they're like, oh, you're probably going to act now? And you're like, people, you don't know who these Miami people are. I mean, this was a fucking, like, this was just a Broadway show. It was a Broadway show. Take things out of context. Sometimes I said things because there were other people around. Like, there was a wire when I was on the boat. And June was standing next to me. The last thing I said to Katie was, I said, make sure you install this AC unit, then I'll pay you on Monday. I said that because I didn't want June to know what the hell I was talking about. And I wanted to sound like I was ending the conversation talking to Danny. She was always charging me for an AC. Oh, doctor, one of the AC units went out. I had to go put it in. No, he was stealing $400 from me. But like, I had to, on that tape, I go, make sure you install the AC unit on Monday and I'll pay you when I see you. Because I wanted you to think I was talking to Danny, the repairman, on the phone. Like, so sometimes you say things because someone's standing next to you. Sometimes you say things because you're standing in an office. So there's assistants, there's front desk. You don't want them to hear certain words and know what you're talking about. Like, there's different reasons. Like, it's not a hard concept to understand. It's not always, not always the most negative answer you could possibly think. I mean, you gotta understand, like, I know how hard Dan worked on this case. And,
like nobody else would have done, trust me.
No, he dissected everything. He worked like a maniac, dissecting everything, spent a lot of time with me, going over all the information, keeping me up to date with everything, letting give you an update. I've never heard an attorney just giving you an update. Usually, as long as they know what's going on, why do you know what's going on? He kept me involved. He'd give me updates. He'd talk to me at length about everything, decisions, approaches, everything. Right? And honest to God, is better. Dude, I don't know what to say. You there?
Yeah, no, trust me.
I'm listening to everything you say.
Honest to God, if Bubble came up to Tallahassee, at the end of that 2-hour Dateline special she put on in the courtroom, Bubble was in trouble.
Yeah.
It put these people in a mindset that it was, they think they pulled one on you, Tallahassee. What she wrote in that book, it made it seem like she was planning everything. Yeah. But what was the one thing they said that Wendy let the boys finally see their grandparents because she knew it wasn't going to look very good when she came to trial if she didn't. Like, I don't know, but I have a feeling that's not why Wendy was letting the kids see the grandparents. But she knew it wasn't going to look very good for her. She didn't let them see them. So she just let them see them. That's to make herself look better. It wasn't reflected on her. So and then what was it they said? They said they were going to arrest me sooner but they thought it would interfere with the grandparents' first visit with the children. So they delayed my arrest.
Actually, you were arrested 12 hours later. That's exactly why. That's what they did. They knew what they were doing.
After the Markels visited the kid?
Yeah.
Well, I thought they made it seem like they were going to arrest me months earlier, but they held off because the Markels were seeing their grandkids. I didn't know. I thought that police were just saying that before.
Oh, they saw them on the 20th at about, 3, 4 in the afternoon for 1 hour?
Yeah.
4 in the afternoon for 1 hour at a where was it? At a local eatery when we brought a friend of theirs, is a very big guy, who has a kid the same age as Lincoln. She brought him with her so that she felt a little bit more comfortable. And the boys, because I asked her, I obviously wasn't there, and I said, so how did it go? And she said, it was the strangest thing because she said, I thought they were going to just literally fall all over the boys, fall all over them because they hadn't seen them. And because Lincoln looks just like Danny.
Right.
They didn't hug them. They didn't kiss them. They spoke to them. They asked them about school and things like that. And Wendy said, barely an hour, and they were done. You know why they did it? They did it because it looked good for them. Because they could have cared less. They were totally disinterested.
And then that was the only time they've seen them since then?
Since 2016, when they wrote that letter, the foster care letter. Yep. That was it.
I thought they'd seen them. As soon as when I was in court, I thought they'd seen them a bunch since 2022.
No.
No.
No. We saw them this day 12 hours before you were arrested. That's when they saw them.
So you think the police wanted to arrest me sooner because they were holding off on the grandparent visit?
I do.
Oh, yeah.
I do.
Yeah, without a doubt, Tom. Without a doubt.
Because once those arrangements were made for them to see the kids, why were you arrested? Not 12 hours later. You want to tell me why?
I thought they went to the grand jury. I guess they went to the grand jury on the 19th, I thought. And then they took it to the grand jury on the 19th. So I guess that would be, and the warrant was written on the 20th, and then it was picked up on the 21st.
Yeah.
So that's probably once they knew when the grandparents were coming in on the 20th. Bringing the grand jury on the 19th.
You got it 100% right. That's exactly how that happened.
I wish Wendy would have stood up there and said, well, they've only seen them once. They saw them for an hour. They didn't hug or kiss their grandkids. They made no attempt to see them since.
You know how it goes. You have to answer the question. You can't go give a spiel, you know.
But Dan could answer.
He could have. He could have. It wouldn't have made a difference. Wouldn't have made the least bit of difference. Look, they have a grandparent bill going through the Florida legislature. Grandparents have no rights. Let's face it. You have no rights. So it's up to the parents to let you see their children, at least in the state of Florida. But I think it's pretty much all over the country.
Right.
So unfortunately, that's the way it is.
So anyway, they made Wendy out to seem like, she's preventing them from seeing the grandkids. Well, how many times have they come to see the grandkids since in the last 18 months?
Yeah.
Well, one time for an hour and then give them a kiss.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought they saw 3 or 4 times since.
No. In fact, I asked the boys separately from Wendy, how did that go? And they both said, it's just weird. Like, we don't know who they are. And they just asked us questions about school. And he said, then it was time to go. I mean, it's like they introduced a stranger. And they did it because they wanted to say that they had been to see the children. That was important. So,
Right. It's for the show.
it's all a show.
It's all a show.
Photo ops, remember that? Where they would take pictures of everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the
Doesn't matter. The point is, that's exactly what happened. They came on the 20th.
When I was here in Tallahassee, I saw the Tallahassee Democrat group. Markel had a book here, political trial. She had a book signing in Tallahassee.
Yes, I know that. Yeah.
So
I think Dan told me ahead of time, but I knew that was timed.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, she spent more time at the book signing than she did with the Hurricanes, which she hadn't seen in 6 years. I just think there's so much I'd like to say.
I know, Shirley. Let me tell you. I know you're in shock, and so are we. And I think Dan is too. He did not expect it. He's smarter than her. He talks to a jury. He doesn't have to read off a piece of paper. He walks around. He knows. I mean, no reason. No reason.
I mean, this was, normally people go to court and they got a prosecutor and they got a defense attorney and they take the facts and they put it out there and like some called extraneous stuff comes in. This is a cheap, and it's funny, when I was listening to one of these talk shows talk about the case, they have this mentor lawyer call up and give commentary on the case. He goes, watching Georgia Cappleman do that masterful closing was like watching the TV production being played before our eyes. She brought it from beginning to end, laid it all out, hit all the high points, told the story. Yeah, that's exactly what she did. She told the story. She told her version of a creative story. She supported it with Ryan. She supported it with even his own sister. You chopped up what she said, took it out of context, and now you can start the sentence off with even his own sister. It's like, doesn't believe him. Like, that's not what she said, but that's how she made it sound. So you're sitting there thinking like his best friend, his sister. She even said to the cops, like, and the whole thing was a fucking sham. And I felt all along like I was being a real trial. Like this was a real trial with real facts, and like the main points, and prove their side. It wasn't at all. This was not. This had a fucking. This was like something out of like even the bailiffs were like, we've never seen anything like this up here. This is crazy. Like people were like with the news crews and the people do a podcast and the reporters and like I mean the frenzy in the courthouse from this case was the talk of the courthouse. It was the Super Bowl going on there. And Georgia Cappleman wasn't gonna lose this case. This case is how you make your career. If she lost this case, she'd be known as the one who lost this case. I mean, it would have been. So she realized she can't use the big fact. So what is she to do? Bring up emails. You can't debate an email. An email says what an email says. So you're taking everything out of context and meaning and realizing these people didn't do any of this. Well, it shows where they're headed. They're crazy. They're crazy about this. Like, I guess once you paint them as crazy, then everything else gets much easier to paint them. Like, if any of those things were done, it would have been crazy. None of them were done. They were just personal emails saying, be a jerk to him and he's being a jerk to you. Like,
it was crazy.
It was crazy. I thought we might need to turn it out of there to show basically what a jerk he's being. She seemed very likable, very Tallahassee, very like pleasant, her attorney. But when she showed what, yeah, I was thinking to myself, okay, like when she should have played, it should have taken the name years ago. Maybe it would have like resonated with the jurors. Like, okay, like he pushes people's buttons now. People are being told to go push his buttons. That's it.
That's all it was. That's all it was. Ridiculous. Email.
Just put that. But the highlighted email, and it's like, Donna's creepy emails. Like, holy shit. She tells me when to do this. Go do this. Like, nothing was ever done. Just saying, be a jerk to him. It would have been better if he just wrote, be a jerk to him, and be a jerk to you. But you didn't realize that people were going to tear it apart. That's what it becomes. It also was like, while I was preparing for trial and talking to Dan every day, like I was still nothing but.
This call is being terminated. No third-party calls are allowed. Hello, this is a free call from
Charlie.
An incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey, hon.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. So I was saying that when I was going through everything for trial and looking through all the evidence and looking through everything, I was literally just filled with nothing but like hope and like, and literally like there was someone wrote on my wall in my cell before I got there. Hope is hell. That's what was written on my cell. Hope is hell. And I was filled with like hope, and like I talked to Dan every day, and Dan kept me posted with everything, and all the developments, all the things, the research he did, and found, and like how good things were looking, and how elite he was, and like we got Newman, on the team, like we got the complete team, we got the jury consultants, which were important to have for Tallahassee. Like, and he also was able to ask them personal questions about themselves, which you got to be careful because they may not like you, and then they end up on your jury. So it's better that someone else is asking them personal questions about them. So, and he was excellent. He was excellent. Like, I mean, he really got people talking and, the group discussion and, like, brought out different points, and he was able to do it better than Dan could have done it, for sure. Yeah, and also... Yeah, he would have done it better than Dan for sure. And he also could ask more questions that wouldn't upset other people. But at least let them get mad at Dan, not Dan, because they can end up on the jury. But like, we had a couple of people that would have definitely given me listen, juror number 15 the 15 guy was going to quit me. That was like one of the first ones that they X'd off. And then what happened was they X'd them off, and then we had 12 jurors and 2 alternates, and they said, you want to have 3 alternates? And the state was like, yeah, let's have 3 alternates just so none of them miss trial. Something happens with 3 jurors. We'll have a third juror, and they go, you want to have that guy on there? Have a third? And we're like, fantastic, we'll take it. So he sat there for the full 2 weeks. He's sitting there, and he's, like, nodding at me and smiling and, like, totally on our side, like, gets it, right? I know. Because he was a white guy that looked like he was about 50. I think he said he was in something with respirators or something, medical equipment. It sounded like he had an important job, like, working in a hospital, saw a lot of people, like, got it. Keep telling the jury of my peers. Yeah. Not a guy who was a 20-year enlisted sergeant in the Army and now works in the post office, retired Army sergeant that works in the post office. He's Tallahassee. He's sitting there shitting on people from Tallahassee. Oh, I'm sure that went over well. On a little stop, on the way to
This call is being terminated. No third-party calls are allowed.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
Charlie.
an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press
1. To repeat, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hi, Cheryl.
Well,
Yeah.
Goodbye.
yeah, no, I don't know why I feel that, but no, it's just, I had so much hope. And like, the crazy thing is that I really wasn't getting that excited until this past weekend. And then after that, you had Thursday, Friday of the week before, then you had this whole week, last whole week, and then I had the Wendy's attorney testified on Friday, actually, maybe Thursday. And no, it was all day Thursday. Friday?
She was Friday. She was Friday.
Yeah, okay.
Friday morning.
So I sat up there and testified from Thursday at 8:45 till 5:45 at night. I come back, they put me on the stand for another hour Friday morning. And Kathleen asked me for another 2 hours. I'm like, okay, you're full on questioning, ask me anything. It doesn't come down to that. And Dan said to me, he said, if I were to give you a score, I think you'd get a 95. He said he was very happy with how I testified. You know, my demeanor, my delivery, how I was to the point, but not, elaborated on some stuff, was personable. He came across fantastic. Everybody, Bree was telling me, reading to me things that people were finally writing online about positive things. Finally, people are writing positive things about the case.
Yeah.
And I was literally I was on cloud nine over the weekend. I was I'm going to see my son. I'm going to get out. I'm going to go to see Scott. I'm going to go there. I'm going to have these plans over there. I'm going to have these plans. I'm going to enjoy my time with my dog. I can't wait to be on my boat. I can't wait to see my son. I'm planning on what restaurant I wanted to go to. I'd given away my food on Sunday night because I'm thinking okay, they're not going to let me go from the courthouse. I gave away all my food to 2 guys and friends, and I'm feeling good. I was so sure that I was going home that I didn't want to have people just pick my food. I'd rather give it to the 2 guys I'm friends with. So they gave me 2 packages of fish back, and once I go back in the pod, they'll give me some of the food back. And they just walked me through the pod, and I'm go get me some tuna fish, and they went up and got them. But I was no, I was 90%
You were. People said he has an answer for everything because it's the truth. Okay? Then they said, I believe him. He was definitely not part of this killing. Another one. It made her look absolutely desperate several times with incredible reaches quote, you're untouchable, right? She had to go to those kinds of traps, but they have nothing substantial. He will walk. You may think he's guilty, but they haven't been close to proving it. And another one, if I were on that jury, there's no way I can say 100% he's guilty. His ex-girlfriend is totally unbelievable. She was shown to be such a liar. I mean, on and on and on and on.
Well,
when he's
Bree's reading me what they're saying. Bree's reading to me what they're saying. I'm on cloud nine. I'm making phone calls over the weekend. I spoke to John Hader. I spoke to Mike Miz. I was just feeling great, thinking everything is going as good as you could have hoped. Absolutely as good as you could have hoped. Kathleen got to the point that she wanted to ask me how old is, what does Bree do for Dave, and how old is she? Like, why are you asking me her occupation and her age? Like,
because she had nothing to talk about.
Because you know that she's his nanny, and you're about to make me look bad. So instead, I said, well, Bree went to college, and then after she graduated college, she worked for Dave, and she was 24, and I was 39, and that's the mother of my child. Like, I shut her up. Like, she didn't have anything to say about, how old is, she was hoping that it was going to be, oh yeah, she's a nanny and she's 17, and then she'd have another Georgia Catholic moment. Whoa! Did you get in trouble? No. She was actually 25, not 24, but it was like. It was, I felt when I was honestly, Mom, I felt when I was on the stand and she asked me, what does Bree do for Dave and how old is she? I was like, you have nothing else to ask me.
I know.
You've run out of questions. I mean, Mom, I've never in my life gone from one extreme of emotions to that, like this. I've never come close.
We were all on a high. After you testified, we were all on a high. And Bree is right. All these messages came in positively. They couldn't believe how...
Miles called up. He couldn't wait to tell us.
He said his kid's totally innocent. Totally innocent. And his son-in-law, who's a lawyer, called. He is totally innocent. He said he's getting off because they have absolutely nothing. I mean, this is from intelligent people. That's my problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah. That's the catch. That's the jury of my peers. The jury of my peers was not there. There was one juror, number 15, that he would have said he's a juror of your peers. He knows that if you're going to find a guy guilty of first-degree murder, you better be so sure you know what happened. You better be really, 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 really sure you know what happened. But they just had Georgia going, listen, if you use your common sense and you see what's going on here, all this code talk, just, you know what guilty is. If you feel he's guilty, vote guilty. That's like saying, like I said before, like you think the Kansas City Chiefs will beat the Dolphins. I mean, that may be your feeling, but you sure aren't going to bet more than, you're not going to say I'm 90% sure, 95% sure, 99% sure. Like, that's the realm that you have to be. You're going to take somebody's fucking life.
Yes.
Like, I can't get over. Like, you're taking somebody's fucking life from them, and you're destroying lives, and you're being shown fucking emails, or like a book that Wendy wrote, or autopsy photos. Like, the autopsy photos are horrible. I didn't write the book, and she can say whatever the fuck she wants. She used it to rub it in their face to be like, look, this rich, educated white girl is laughing at you on her way to civilization. And isn't that what she did? Isn't that what you did? Tallahassee was just a stop on your way to civilization. You even said it in the book. You were foreshadowing. You were making fun of these people.
Emails, nothing. She had absolutely nothing. And they had a liar for their big witness. So nothing.
And two big witnesses. The guy.
Yeah. No, listen. Yeah, but I don't want to talk about that. But I'm just saying, like, yes. But I'm just saying, like, even if somebody was lying, they're just like, well, it's okay if they're lying. You read these emails. Like, holy shit. I was just sitting there thinking, honestly, what I was thinking? You know what I was thinking, because I knew it was going to be like this.
I know what you were thinking. I was thinking.
This is a fucking TV production. This is a TV production she's putting on. So wow, everybody. Like, look at the audience, and look at the TV production, and look at Miss Tallahassee putting on her show. Am I like that? Like, I think Dan couldn't have done a better job. He could have done the case 100 times up here. With an Adelson attached to the case, he wasn't going.
Yeah, I know it. He knows it.
Yeah,
Believe me, he did. He is sick about it. Oh.
Because I don't think Dan's blowing smoke up my ass when he tells me things.
No.
And he made it like, he's very straightforward. You know, and he dissected the case and broke it all down. He never planned on walking into a circus with a TV show.
No, he did not. He did not. He was after opening with everything he did. His cross-examinations. I mean, he was terrific. He really was.
Yeah, I mean, there were people he knew he didn't want to beat up on the stand, and he just let them go. There was nothing to beat him up on. Like,
right.
He didn't want to lose points trying to go after law enforcement. You know, like, okay, like he could have objected to some of the stuff Sanford was saying. He was just like, it makes us look bad if we're going after them.
Meanwhile, none of that would have mattered, hon. None of that would have mattered.
The God's honest truth. The God's honest truth is that I didn't bad chance. And it wasn't because of the evidence. It was because of the TV show. It was because of 2020. It was because of Baseline. It was because of the blogs. It was because of the podcast. It was because of the newspaper, the local stations, the out-of-town stations covering, court TV covering it in a small-ass town, and you're an outsider from Miami, rich, white, Jewish. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Just. I mean, I feel better when I'm talking to you guys, other than when I'm not talking to you. I'm looking at the shit I'm feeling in myself. It's like, hey, it feels good to be able to talk. It's like,
I know.
Voice my opinion.
I'm hopeful that he will see you earlier tomorrow, and that you'll get out of there, because
some point during the day,
some point during the day. Is he there? He's there just like regular out, like up to 5?
I think it's just regular hours. Yeah.
All right. So hopefully during the day.
Did you notice the bridge of my nose between my eyes was all red?
What was that from?
Did you see that on TV or no?
No. No.
No, I check this out. So you don't have tweezers. So I'm sitting watching the Heat game, and I've got my index finger and my thumb, and I'm using my fingernails, as like little pinchers. So I'm like I'm tugging the eyebrows between my two eyebrows, like in the center, right? So like if you take your two fingernails, you can pinch it and then pull the hair out, right? So I'm just sitting watching the Heat game doing that, and I must have had that on my fingers. It's being so fucking disgusting. And it looked like I was breaking out with like a pimple, another pimple, another purple, and it looked like a herpes virus. So I didn't put anything on it to see run its course. But I didn't touch it or rub my eye right here. It literally scabbed up with like a really thick scab. I didn't pull the scab off, but it had the scab up in 2 weeks. It was the first week of June. I had permanent scarring between my two eyebrows. Like it's all like, if you look at pictures of something, it's all red. Right? You have that little scar, it's like all scarring up and down it. It's like real red. But it's also because the skin is so pale. I'm like ash white. So, but it's real red. This is from the cherry. The skin looked cherry red for like 2 months afterwards. I mean, people would come up and be like, "What happened to you?" I mean, it's still scarred, and that's from June, July, August, September, October, 5 months. And I haven't been in the sun, so there hasn't been sun damage. But
You didn't see it. You didn't see it.
okay, I just thought the Democrats saw it.
No.
That didn't matter. I was looking forward to seeing charity, so I could ask my wife a little bit while taking my dog for a walk, going to get sushi, and my son. And like, you don't realize, like, I just kind of view being here, like, I would say to you, this is like, like, you're so strong, you're so strong, and I'm like, as long as I get out of this, I'm fine. I'm fine with this by a year and a half. I feel like as long as I get out of this, I'm fine. And I'm like, I said that every time, right? But as long as I get out of here, I'm fine. And I did my 18, 19 months in county jail, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. And now it's like, I was so fucking excited last weekend. Bree sending me that stuff. Everything's going good. Dan's being very, very positive. And it's like, holy shit, Monday morning came. And it was like, she gave a 2-hour summary, like that guy on the radio said. She put the movie pieces together for everybody. She put a masterful movie together. Like, yeah, this one's lying, but you don't need to listen to her. This one is backing him up with what it could be. You don't need to listen to him. Those are people involved in the case. Let's focus on this book. Let's focus on Ryan Fitzpatrick. Let's focus on what his sister said. Let's focus on text messages and emails. Like, Mom's talking about his dad's birthday present. You mean to say name that day for him? So the birthday present, the big birthday present. His birthday's in 4 or 5 weeks, and we hadn't picked out exactly what we're going to do for it.
No evidence, nothing.
Yeah. Well, usually like 4 or 5 weeks before a big birthday, you're really crunching down on the plans. That's pretty normal. You don't take birthday present and stuff down. No.
So Dan's driving back tomorrow. He's not going to. He was there today. I know.
I saw him today. I saw him behind glass. I mean, the glass is like 3-inch thick glass that you can't hear through. I mean, literally, like someone can scream on the other side of the glass, you wouldn't hear anything. You hold the telephone, they hold the telephone, and you talk on the telephone, and you look at each other through the glass. That's the attorney booth. So the attorneys can pretty much always come in here in the jail and see their clients very easily. It's just an attorney booth, so they don't have to have a bar. They get let into a booth, and you get let into the booth from the pod, and you're like 2 feet through the glass. But when I had the contact visits, they always had to have a guard sitting outside the door, and then I got to sit in the same room as him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we spent so much time, like, if I told you how much time we spent coming up here and, like, going over everything with me and making sure I was so knowledgeable, any questions he had, and just, he worked. I know how hard he worked on this case. He told me that he's been working for 20-something years as a lawyer. And he said, I can honestly tell you, I've never come close to working this hard on a case. Because usually I don't start putting the work in until 6-8 weeks before. Because I started a year before on this case.
I know that. Unbelievable what he did. Really and truly unbelievable.
Yeah. No, I mean, coming up, I can't tell you how much time we spent on the phone together, going over stuff, going over wires, him asking me questions, really knowing the discovery in the case. And you have to, because the state questions a witness, you got to be ready to refer to stuff and question them and cross-examine them right after. It's not like the state questions a witness and you get to do it the next day. the big question of the witness, and you're going up 30 seconds later. So, I mean, he was so, not only was he so prepared, but, he had Kate, and then he had the jury consultants that he got, like the best. Like, bringing out the best. This was not like, this was not like, oh, well, I'll take this case, pro bono, I want to get my name in the press, I want to try to make a name for myself. Like, this was like, he did this to fucking win.
Oh, yes, he did.
Yeah, he did, Charlie. Yes, he did. He certainly did.
And he believed that if he outworked everybody and knew the case better than anybody else, and knew the facts, that they weren't going to be able to come close. I mean, I don't really think, like, sitting there in the case, I don't really think that they came close to any regard.
She just fluffed it over on that at the end. She just fluffed it over like it was nothing. Nothing.
I mean, everything he said, she kept saying, like, things wrong. And we're like, she still doesn't get it. Like, you look at me and be like, she still doesn't get it. She still doesn't get it. She didn't want to get it. She just wanted to pretend like that wasn't her defense, and she's just going to talk over us and say, look at these emails. Look at this book. She knew if all else failed, I could get this jury to fucking hate these people. And they even said, like, you don't have to like him to acquit him. But you know what? They can't hate. If they hate you, then they feel like you're making fun of them, you're belittling to them, and you think you're better than them. You're arrogant. You think you're untouchable. They ain't gonna go there. Then they're like clay in her hands at that point. She had nothing else to say.
Oh, she had nothing. She had nothing.
I mean, and it's funny. That's what Mike Lynn said to me when I spoke to him over the weekend. He's like, Charlie, he's like, I saw her questioning you, and it's almost like she gave up. Like she just
Who said that to you?
Mike Lynn.
Oh, Michael. Yeah.
And I saw her. It wasn't like she came to like abrupt end. Like she ran out of things. Like she got frustrated. She like kind of put her hands up. Like she wasn't. Like Bree was reading the quotes to me that people were writing, and it was like people were saying like, I can't wait to see Kappelman hammer Adelson, and then like someone was writing back, looks like Adelson hammered Kappelman. Like these are people who are watching the trial.
Really watched, right?
Like watching a real trial, and it was a real trial going on. And I think she realized after Friday where she was, and said, you know what? I'm going to put a cause together that will make every single person on this jury despise these people when I'm done. Despise them. There's only one reason you're bringing Wendy's book and reading about the small stop that found the baby down the city that sounds just like Tallahassee.
But she had no evidence. Everybody knows that she had no evidence, nothing. She just played around.
Yeah.
No fact. No fact.
Cut and paste, put your sweet southern accent on it, finesse it, and like, y'all know what you got here. Why are they talking like this? Oh, there's a good explanation, and I gave it over the course of a day and a half. But you just asked it like, even his own sister said, even his own sister said, okay, well, now you got the jury believing that, like, even his own sister doesn't support it. The way you said it, that's how it sounds. Like,
she summed it up for them, so they didn't have to think for themselves. She just gave
they didn't have to think. First, I'm going to get you to hate him, and then I'm going to give you a couple retard clips of things to settle in your stomach. Then I'm going to show you some horrible photos and leave them on the screen. But let that soak in, and then they show you the photos again. Let that soak in again for another 5 to 10 minutes while I talk to you. Make you real angry. So now you hate these people and you're angry. Like, that should, I mean, like, I got done watching, I told you, I said to Kate, I go, this is not good.
Yeah.
Like,
You know.
I'm looking.
Finished, and I said, who's she talking to? Third graders? I mean, it was ridiculous.
There was 5 black women on the jury, 1 black guy that was the sergeant I told you about, 1 redneck looking a little bit like 50-year-old guy, and 3 guys that looked like they were inbred that were like out of shape, 30 years old, looked like they never had a girl in their life, and like one of them worked at the Florida State bookstore. He was wearing the Florida State sweatshirt during the trial a couple times, and he worked at the Florida State bookstore. Another one's wife was a professor at Florida State, and another one had, so there were 3 people in the jury affiliated with Florida State. 3 affiliated with Florida State, and 5 with family members of law enforcement and a sergeant. And that's who we got. Can you imagine what we had to get off?
Yeah.
I mean, we had people that we had to get off because they were married. Her husband was a sheriff's officer, so she could be fair.
Yeah.
So her husband's a sheriff's officer, all the friends are sheriff's officers, but she can be fair. Yeah.
No.
I drank the Kool-Aid thinking I'd come up there and get a fair trial.
Wasn't going to happen.
What's that?
No, I said it wasn't going to happen, and I really, we all believed it would because you had the evidence, they did not. It didn't matter.
And Dan explained it to them so well.
Oh my gosh.
You know, if you're in doubt, ask her.
Yeah.
No, the jury made it so there's no doubt. I think that. So she's like, if you think they're guilty, you got to vote guilty. Like, you talk to someone who really knows, has a brain on their shoulders, to go beyond a reasonable doubt on a murder one case, you have to be so sure you know what happened.
That's right. And Dan explained that. It was clearly
you have to be so sure you know what happened. Not like, oh, I saved, or like, if they knew what happened, they would be showing Wendy's book, trying to rub it in their face. You think anyone on the jury has ever written a book?
Nothing to do.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Threw shit in there that had nothing to do with anything. Just as you said,
Oh,
just to antagonize, just the flavor.
It goes towards the mood. It sets mom. It's like throwing everything in salad and make it some flavor.
They throw a lot of shit on the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I was flabbergasted when I heard her say even his best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Oh, I know. When he said about it, even his best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Where are you getting this from? Doesn't matter where she's getting it from. Pull it out of your ass and just say it. Doesn't matter.
From him to me in 2014. Doesn't matter. You just called him my best friend. Now it seems like I opened up to my best friend, and then we had a falling out, and that's why I said what I said on the stand.
Yeah.
That's why I said what I said on the stand. And, you know, and he was a friend that I opened up to. He was my best friend. No, he wasn't.
And Dan also.
Well,
Dan went after him.
He did.
He went after him.
well, he tore him apart. But what it did, it made it look like he was a friend that we had a falling out. So maybe we were really close at one time.
No, I don't think, honestly, Charlie, I don't think they thought that. I don't think they thought much in general, to be honest with you. They weren't following that. They really weren't.
Yeah.
That wasn't
They were probably sleeping there.
I'm like, you know, this is honestly like,
You don't even have to.
and 12 people, also, like, holy shit.
It was 5 o'clock. They wanted to go home. So that was it. I don't think if they actually deliberated, it would have taken at least 2 days. At least. You couldn't go over it.
The evidence. To go through what Dan was telling them, look at this wire, look at what he says on this wire at this time. This wire is like ZZ at 3 minutes 34 seconds. He says that, look it up. I'm looking at the jury. I was getting sick. Nobody was writing anything down. He was giving them exact instructions on where to look. It's just to fast forward and go to this. Nobody gave a shit. They weren't looking it up. I mean, I was sitting there getting sick to myself. Then they bring me down to the cell. My hands are chained to my waist, and I got leg shackles on. I'm talking 1 o'clock, like 1:15. I probably ate lunch till 2, and deliberated probably 2 to 5, right?
No, they were gone at 5. They were gone at 5.
Yeah. So for 3 hours and 45 minutes, I sat in that cell by myself while the jury was deliberating.
They didn't deliberate.
And they came to the guy and said, we have a verdict. I was like, do they have a question for the judge? Anytime there's a question for the judge, they bring you up. I go, do they have a question for the judge? The guy looks at me and goes, no. He goes, no, we got a verdict. No. And I go, can you tell me what it is? He goes, I can't tell you. And then I said, well, you have a verdict, could it get under? And he goes, no. He goes, the verdict means either they're all saying innocent or all saying guilty. So then I had to go walk up to the 2 different elevators and walk across shackles and chains. And then I'm like, hey, can I put my tie and belt on? And he goes, no, the judge wants you in your chains. That's all. He goes, you're going to sit down and the jury won't see you because you'll have your hands underneath the table. But he doesn't want to take the shackles off. And I'm like, oh, fuck. The way he said it like that, like the judge doesn't even want you putting the tie on. I thought to myself, the judge knows.
No. We knew because of the time. We knew because of the time.
We knew we saw the time, Charlie.
And I saw your face. I mean, I knew before that just from the time, but I saw your face when you walked in. I mean, it was obvious.
They showed me walking in.
What did we see? We see him.
I saw you sitting without the tie.
Yeah, without the tie.
So the time.
Right.
And we knew.
We
knew.
Oh, I knew too. You could see it on my face. I wasn't even like. I mean, I was upset. I was in shock. I just put my head down for a second and then picked my head back up. But I was like, it literally. In 24 hours, I went from feeling like I was ready to win the Super Bowl to fighting after I got cancer.
I know.
We were on the same roller coaster. Trust me, the same roller coaster. Everybody should have.
We were getting
excited.
Texts from people telling us, you know, how good you were, and I kept saying to Mom, I told you Charlie would be fine.
Yeah.
I told you.
Yeah. We already knew Dan was going to be great. I didn't know how he would be.
Listen, I said, like, I didn't know how well I was going to do either. I mean, like, that was not rehearsed with Dan. I did not know anything he was going to fucking ask me at all. Nothing. I knew none of what he was going to ask me at all. He's like, the reason you can't know is because when Kaplan asks you questions, if you come off too good with me, and you're not good with her, it's going to look like we practice this. Because you got to, so his answer was really smart. He's like, listen, you have to know the case, whether I'm asking the questions or she's asking the questions. Otherwise, you're going to look really smart when I ask questions and really dumb when she asks questions. So you might as well know everything, and I'm not going to give you my notes. So I was nervous sometimes because I was like, I didn't know how I was getting it, how I was looking or how I was sounding. And then she got up to me, and I thought I did really well.
You did. You beat her up.
Yeah. No, that's what people are saying. It's like he's hammering Appleman. Like, everyone's saying like great stuff. The people are following that are smart. The people on the jury, Mom.
Oh, gosh.
And I hate to say it, but I fucking knew it. I knew, and I said it 100 times when I was in South Florida. The Tallahassee jury, the Tallahassee people, they're gonna fucking hate me. I'm going to look like some rich white Jew coming from South Florida. I had no idea she was going to put on the production that she did, but up until that point, I thought everything was coming together. Until she totally derailed from don't listen to the evidence, but just listen to what I tell you the evidence. Even his best friend, Ryan Fitzpatrick, even his sister. Here, let me show you snippets of cut and paste. I honestly, I would have been so much better off.
I know.
Looking at it from a different perspective, if you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean.
Yeah. I hate, you can't live in hindsight, but I had some smart people say things to me. I really believed in the system, and I thought, I thought it was a winnable situation, and I thought it would come across, and I feel like it did. Literally, up until she put 2 hours of TV on.
Yeah.
After that, because what she was showing was in black and white. She went away from testimony. She went away from what people were saying. She was putting her new spin on the testimony, and she was giving it like the Georgia Kappelman Blair. They want to put the kids in Nazi uniforms. Oh, people are fucking crazy. Oh my God.
They didn't realize what they were doing. Stupid, yeah.
Stupid, really stupid. You don't just take stupid and take someone's life away.
Yeah. I still can't believe I lost my wife, but I did wrong. I really. I know it's not over. I know we're still going to play. Let me explain something to you. It's the likelihood of something getting like Dan said. He said, you got to get an appellate lawyer. Just don't spend a fortune on them. They're expensive. You got to at least do it just in case. Yeah. Get something brought back on appeal, or maybe in 9 months from now, a juror writes or says something stupid. But he's like, this judge let a lot of stuff in. It's not like we have a lot of grounds to, I definitely didn't have ineffective counsel. You can either go ineffective counsel, blame the judge, or blame the jury. Other than that, the jury has spoken. It's very weird for me. I'm fucking going crazy in my head and this shit infested cell, thinking I actually thought I was going to get a fair jury up here. This was a fucking shame. I never should have. When Enzo died, it should have been my side. I should have.
I know.
I know exactly what I'm saying.
I know exactly what you're saying. You know things you don't have to say. I know exactly what you're saying. We both.
And it's now I feel like a fucking.
I know.
Now I feel like that.
Have you talked to Dan about this?
Yeah. No. I trust me. Kate wanted to get up and leave while I was talking to Dan. He spent 45 minutes with him today. She was ready to go, and I'm like, she was up on the side. I could take harder. I could tell she was rushing at me. Dan's like, give me 10 more minutes. I was like, Dan, I know I'm competing myself. I know I am. And he's like, it's fine. I'm like, Dan, you did a great job, but I told him what I really thought I should have done. Yeah. And I'm like, look, and you could have done this case 100 times up here. You were not going to win. And he said, not with that jury. But that was with Josh Dubin helping us weed through the shit that was there.
Yeah, that's all that was left.
And the problem was we were using our exes to get people off that could not be on the jury in a million years. They were using their exes to get people off that would have seen what happened, seen my side. That's really like we should have gotten twice as many exes if we were going to play that game, because it wasn't the people coming in were so tainted. To give us 10 and them 10 was a joke. We should have had 30 and they should have had 5. You know, I mean, you put the change of venue motion in. But I just feel like if they change the motion to a small town in the Panhandle, it would be the biggest event that ever happened there. It would be, it's on, I'm riding into the court in the morning, and Preston Scott is obsessed with my case. And he has a lawyer that calls in, this mentor lawyer call in, and he's like giving the play-by-play and like giving it scenarios on it, and like he's obsessed. Every morning he talks about my case. We're driving in the transport van, and the officer's listening to Preston Scott, and I'm sitting in the van and I'm listening to Preston Scott and the lawyer talking about me. And like, of course, my suit is all shackled up, and I'm like, this feels like a fucking movie. Like, and the only thing you can know is you were convicted, Catwoman won, you lost. You lost just the way anyone else loses. But it's like, you said beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, if you use your reasoning, and you think you're guilty, you don't guilty. Like, these people fucking hated me. And they use all this extraneous stuff of like, the advanced divorce and it was tumultuous. Well, most divorces are. But like, they made it out like, I mean, they painted such a fucking picture. There was not a chance in hell I was going to get a fair shake in this house. That's your bottom line.
I want to tell you, we were where you were over that weekend. We were all where you were.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nobody thought anything different other than pretty obvious. He put on an amazing case. Charlie testified perfectly. It's done. You got it.
Yeah.
Everybody said the same thing.
We were very happy. You know.
Like, what the fuck? These people, like, it almost should be like a do-over if you have such a bad verdict. But it's the verdict produced by the prosecutor that brought it, was able to bring these mounds of shit that has nothing to do with me. But it's enough to make you hate my sister. It's enough to make you hate my mother. It's enough to make you hate me. And it's one thing if they just hate you. It's another thing if they hate your whole family and you feel like you're shitting on them in Tallahassee. Miami people coming up here and really, really like belittling us, comic book. There's only one reason why Catherine read that line from her book. There's only one reason. That's to drive home the message that Wendy thinks she's smarter than everybody else. She foreshadowed her move in a book. She even wrote a book about it. She knew this move was going to happen. She even wrote a book about it. What was the name of that town, Wendy? That you refer to as a small stop in their plans on the way to civilization. I mean, it is kind of crazy that she wrote a book and put that in there, don't you think?
What?
I mean, it is kind of creepy that she wrote a book and put that line in there with that talent. Like, she could have left that line out of the book. But she didn't know. Like, she was just writing a book.
Of course.
Like, she could have called the town Biloxi. She could have fucking left the line out about it being on a small stop along the way to civilization. Like, it sounds like she's foreshadowing a future event in her book, doesn't it?
Well, she made it sound like that. I know.
I mean, how many kids does this lady have in the book? 2 boys? What does this lady's husband do? He's an English professor? So he's a school professor? What school does he teach at? What school does he teach out of the book?
I don't know. Do you know? I don't know.
Like,
What school he taught at? I have no idea. In my book, I read it ages ago.
So many years ago.
I think it's North Florida State University.
Made it up. I don't know.
So the husband's a professor at one school? He's at North Florida State University. And how many boys does she have? 2 boys. And what's the name of that town? Sounds just like that. And what we say is it's just a small stop on the way to civilization. Like, that sounds, I mean, I'm just telling you, if someone read that line in a book and the author was Lindsay Adelson, it sounds like she's foreshadowing her big move to Miami. Right before she buys a model of Old Bourbon. Like, and then she drives by, and then like the Catwoman goes, she couldn't help herself. She had to drive out her crime scene to make sure it was done.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's the only liquor store she's ever been to in Tallahassee and bought something. So she went home with it. She was happy. But you know what it looks like?
Oh.
It looks like Mom, that right there is 1 in a million. That she goes on that date at that time by the street on the house, and then they say that she wanted to make sure the job was done.
Right.
I mean, those things like that. Listen, you can't excuse that she didn't take that route. She took the route.
She did.
But she was there, and she did a 3-point turn.
That's right.
So when you're sitting and you're evaluating the case,
it wasn't where they said.
Right, you could have been saying, like, I guess you could see police, they were, who knows, but I'm just saying, one said 2 or 3, one said 4 or 5, but the point is, the fact that she put her fucking car there on that time, at that date, on the way, out of her way, is enough for people to go, whoa, she must have known something was going on. There's no way she shows up there on that date, on that time, without having prior knowledge. She's involved.
The same nonsense about bullet bourbon.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the bullet bourbon got squashed because they had the email.
They had the invitation.
Yeah, they had the invitation that was sent for 2 people getting married for a stop the bar party to show that to request a bottle of liquor. Yeah, which is crazy. Like, which is crazy. I mean, it's crazy. She's going to buy a bottle of bullet bourbon to celebrate that night. Like, if she didn't have that email, there's no explaining it. She doesn't drink alcohol. There's 5,000 bottles in the store. She passes by the crime scene, and she goes and buys a bottle of bullet bourbon to celebrate that night.
Insane.
There's no. I mean, if I heard calling my parents' home line, that's not crazy. But that, driving by the scene, out of her way, and going to buy a bottle of bullet bourbon, I would have to say, like,
I know.
if it smells like shit, it is shit. But no, she really was going by the weird. She really wasn't, because and that's the only other store she ever been to. But she said, listen, she couldn't help herself. She had to go check it out to make sure it was done. Okay, that sounds really good. It makes her sound like she's a part of it. And if she's a part of it, then I must be a part of it. So, which story do you think makes more sense? I mean, what is the possible chances on God's green earth that she goes out of her way and drives out of that street from that time on that day?
It's crazy. It's crazy. It is. I mean, you can't even believe it.
I hate to say it, but it's almost like it's things like that that can make somebody shut out everything else, all the other noise that you're saying, and you go, look, on this day, on this time, she leaves her house. She takes a route that's 5 miles longer. She drives by the scene on this date at this time. Why on God's green earth is she doing that to go to a liquor store when she could go to three of them that are closer? It's called being at the wrong place at the wrong time. But that's not a good explanation. The explanation they want to hear is she's a part of it. She knows. She has to know. How else would she be there? And that's what the jury listens to. And they go, I mean, to me, does that make sense? I mean, if I'm on the jury, yeah. She's showing up, isn't she?
Yeah.
Crazy, fucking crazy. But think about it. What are the statistical chances of her leaving her house and driving by that scene on that date at that time and not being involved?
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's absolutely crazy. It's crazy. But it's true. It's what happened.
Yeah, but
It's what happened. But I'm asking, what are the chances that her husband was just murdered and she's leaving her house and driving by the crime scene, but has no knowledge of anything going on?
And they made a big deal like, well, why didn't she call daycare? Why would she call daycare?
She got a tree bell.
That's exactly because it happens all the time. Yeah.
Because it happens summer storms and the trees fall, and like she just was like, like, they didn't think anything of it. Thought a tree fell, and they were cornering it off, and they cut the tree and opened up the road and went over. But, what are the, I mean, like, if I was sitting at the bar and somebody was telling me the story, that's one part of the story I have a really hard time getting over. Is what is she doing there on that day at that time, leaving her house to go out that she doesn't need to go and go to turn on the street?
yeah, it's a coincidence, you know?
But people don't like to hear it's a coincidence.
No, they don't.
No.
They don't.
They don't, because you can only think word.
That was one in a million. That was insane.
That was 1 in a million. That literally was like.
It blows your mind.
Yeah.
I was wondering, I mean, what else do you have to say? Like, if I was on that jury and you start hearing, well, okay, that was a coincidence. Okay, and then the TV repairman, the TV joke, the mom saying that TV's about 5, lots of TV talk. Just a coincidence. I wish you picked another object on planet Earth other than the TV set to say it cost they wanted $5,000. Wish you just said they wanted $5,000. My response was they wanted $5,000. I mean, by the way, you didn't bring up TV until the third call. If TV was a really important code word, what did you have said in call 1? What did you have said in call 2? You don't mention TV until call 3.
That's what they don't do. Yeah.
But when you put TV, three things surrounding that same TV, her outlet of the TV costing $5,000, so they probably not should have done the TV joke. All we're talking about, what are the chances of that? What are the chances of TV showing up 3 times in relation to, I think there has to be a code, and they give it a code name.
Yeah, they had a chart with all these code words. You know?
It had to be a part of it. Had to. Guess what? Had nothing to fucking do with it. Nothing. But listen, if I'm on the jury and I'm seeing the TV joke, the TV repairman at the house on the 18th, and then when you're describing how much the guy wants, you have to reference the TV. Guess what? That looks really, it's a coincidence. But it's a strange coincidence because you couldn't take any other object. I wish I didn't have a repairman there, and I wish I never made that joke. But you've got all three kind of revolving around the same subject matter. Why? Coincidence.
You see any evidence in there? No.
But coincidence that when they showed up at the house at that time on that day, out of her way, 10 miles from her house, leave Georgia Capital to go. She had a check to make sure it was done. So you're sitting there on the jury and you've got to think of one of two things. If she showed up there to make sure the job was done, she'd still be held. If she's guilty, then I'm guilty. Or it was just a coincidence, which is what it was. But it's 1 in a million coincidence. And how many times can you say it's a 1 in a million coincidence before you're explaining what they think is what are the chances of it being a coincidence? You know, I mean,
I hear what you're saying.
I mean, then you start telling people playing people for stupid. You know what I mean? It's like, if you want to poo-poo everything as a coincidence, eventually you're going to be like, wait, I am stupid. Like, that was a perfect example of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Like, but they would never back off of it because everyone knows what are the chances you're 10 miles from your house. I mean, how far did she live from it? 10 miles?
No.
Oh, was it?
No, I think it was closer. It only took about 15 minutes, and we're talking about slow and mostly back roads. So no.
10 miles? 600 miles?
Yeah.
Okay. But you look at where you are 6-7 miles away, and that's unrelated.
Yeah, the only way she knew how to get there. She doesn't normally go to a liquor store.
Right, but there was now a shorter route, but it doesn't matter. You're there on that date, on that time, 6 miles from your house, and what's the reason?
Right.
You went out of your way to go to a liquor store when you could have gone another way? That's just creepy.
Yeah, it is creepy. It is.
But it's just a coincidence.
I know.
You know, and then what she wrote in the book, that's just a coincidence. So it's like the TV is a coincidence, showing up there's a coincidence.
How many years ago did she write the book? I don't know.
I think 08, 09, something like that.
Yeah, 08. Many years ago. 08.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was a coincidence.
It's a picture for the front page.
Yeah, many years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was writing about the immigration lawyer. She's an immigration lawyer. The lady's got 2 boys. She's got 2 boys. Her husband, school professor. Her husband was a school professor. She was stuck in some town in the middle of nowhere on the way to civilization. Like, that's a nice slap in the face for a town that sounds just like you're describing you and your family, and a town that sounds just like Tallahassee, and now you're going to say that's a coincidence? And you were happy that being stuck someplace on the way to civilization? Like, you start, I think, to the other side, and you start holding that together. And you gotta start explaining to yourself what the coincidence is, and It sounds like she's writing about herself.
But there's also North Florida State University.
No, it was a school she made up the name.
Yeah, but I'm saying there is a North Florida.
Yeah, there's a University of North Florida, something like that. But it was like North Florida State University. I mean, it was like one letter off from Florida State. She was probably writing a book about herself. You know, I mean, she was using her characters, drawing upon herself. But it makes it seem like she's just like, she's on Tallahassee and she's like giving them the middle finger on the way out and writing a book about it.
I know. I'm listening to what you're saying, and it's just
it was
coincidence after coincidence after coincidence. That's all it was.
And it's a book with a line that she never probably thought about, and she just threw in there, like as an offhanded comment, because Tallahassee was a place she probably didn't plan on staying. And she never planned on staying. But like, she grown accustomed to it and was fine with staying. But like, the way it sounds in the book is like, she got stuck someplace on the way to civilization. The way it sounds when you're showing up at the crime scene, going out of your way, when you live 6-7 miles away, hard to explain. TV sets getting repaired on that day, the same TV set that I bought her in the joke, the same TV set she referenced when the Lion King guy wanted to extort me for money. You need a reference to the TV set. Like 3 TV sets in a row, all the same topic. Come on now. We're not stupid. Like, I kind of see, like, you're dumbing down coincidences. I mean, if she didn't have that email for the bullet bourbon.
Oh, the invitation, yeah.
If she didn't have that email invitation.
That would look really bad, right?
Well, you think you just drive by the crime scene and there's 5,000 bottles in the liquor store, and you buy the one that begins with bullet.
Yeah.
And you buy the only one that says bullet to go celebrate that night. Now you want to tell me that's a coincidence? You say, John, that's a coincidence now too? Like, how many times do you want to give an explanation if that's a coincidence? It was. She got the invitation to prove it. 15 years ago, TV said it cost a couple thousand. The only few, said what's the most common item that you could think of that cost $3,000, $4,000, $5,000? People said TV set.
Yeah.
Not anymore, but 15 years ago, yeah. You probably bought your last set in 10. So, yeah, it happens. But it's kind of like when you start telling people, this is a crazy coincidence, this is a crazy coincidence, this is a crazy coincidence, that's really hard to start doing that with each fact that comes into the case.
No, I know. I mean, when you talk about it and analyze it the way you are,
you don't need to hear much else. I mean, when you told you how she felt in the book, thank God she had that invitation email.
Charlie, you're breaking up. Charlie?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I lost you for a second. I can hear you.
Okay. Thank God she had an email. Without that email, if someone told me she drove it her way, drove by the crime scene, picked up a bottle of bullet bourbon to celebrate that night, what would you say? She had to know.
Of course.
She had to know. Yeah. There's no way she couldn't have. She was going to celebrate that night with a bottle of bullet bourbon. There's 5,000 fucking bottles in a liquor store to buy. That's what she buys. Not a bottle of champagne, not beer, not rum, not tequila. There's 50 different kinds of bourbon. She buys a bullet bourbon.
I mean, it's so insane. I mean, you're right. It was the fact that she had it. The fact that she had it there.
the one thing she buys in that whole store of the 5,000 items in our liquor store. Not Chardonnay, not Rosé, but with bourbon. Because most girls like bourbon. Girls don't even drink bourbon. They'll drink a glass of wine. They drink vodka. Very few women are bourbon drinkers. This one is buying bottles of full of bourbon as she leaves her house, goes out of the way, and passes by the crime scene. Why do you think they took a picture of it? Because they're like, holy shit. Holy shit.
Yeah.
It has to be. I mean, if she didn't have that email, and it was just someone who told her verbally to buy it, it would have been like, oh, I don't remember what I told her to buy.
Yeah.
Like, thank God she had that. Without that, they probably have deliberated an hour less. I mean, it would have been like, everything's a coincidence. TV Joe, TV repairman. And by the way, you know why a repairman is the world's worst alibi?
Why?
Half the time you schedule a repairman, you schedule them from 12 to 1, from 9 to 12. They call them and schedule you, they bump you to the afternoon, or they cancel on it. You would never have an alibi for a repairman. I mean, how many times do you have a repair scheduled or delivery, and they call and cancel or change it? Sure. They give you a window. You know, if they showed up at 9, they could have been left by 9:30. Like, my point is, they can also call you at 9 and say, we need to come at 1. Like, I mean, what did she need an alibi for?
Yeah.
But it kind of all fits in with the unluckiness of you saying TV was 5. And by the way, it was such code. As soon as you say the TV is about 5, I'm like, they wanted $5,000? Like, I give shit about what the TV 5 means. But I'm like, I blurt out exactly what I'm trying to make sure you're saying is. And I'm like, that's great. You know, and like, you don't mention TV till the third call, yet it's so important. So basically, if I didn't call you back a third time, I wouldn't have gotten that back in over. You know, if you dissect it like that, it makes sense. Yeah, I would have missed the code word if I only called you twice. So if you called me, I called you back, and then I called you back the third time. So code word obviously meant nothing if you had to wait for the third call to tell me. A repairman being an alibi, what the fuck did she need an alibi for? She's not involved. So, like, what was she doing? She was worried they would suspect that she was the shooter. So she got the alibi. If she wanted an alibi, she could have made an appointment for herself on the other side of town that she would have kept. Not worried that a repairman cancels on her. You know, if a repairman cancels on you, the alibi's all gone. I mean, but still, the crazy thing is the route she took and the time she took. And then having to turn, make it a U-turn on the street. Like, that was crazy. Coincidence. Like, that's what they dumbed it down to. But there are some coincidences, there's no doubt. But I think people don't like hearing that there's coincidence. They don't like things explained by a coincidence, especially the morning of knowledge.
Yeah.
Like that timing?
It's all of those things, Charlie. All of those things are just...
You know, and then also, by the way, the book that she wrote in 2008, like, she wrote the book 6 years earlier. Like,
That's right.
Maybe 2008, 2009. I mean, did she even have her kids at that point?
Ben wasn't born until July 09.
So she may have only had one kid at that time. She may have been pregnant with the second one.
Yeah.
But either way, I mean, like, it's kind of crazy that she put that line in the book and named the city after Tallahassee. It sounded just like how it happened to me when she read it out. Like it makes if the shoe fits. She's obviously talking about herself. Staying in a place that she feels stuck on the way to civilization with her professor husband. Like, you start putting those things together. I mean, look, none of them have fucking anything to do with me. Like, nothing. But since it is her movements up here in Tallahassee, you have to assume that everybody's connected. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be, there's no way that, those are independent of me. And then they go back to time mode. They don't get it.
No. No, they don't.
I mean, who knows? Maybe somebody will do a book or a movie and actually take our side and maybe get it.
I've thought of it.
I mean, it's like, maybe somebody will listen, if the jury didn't act improperly or the judge didn't make any bad rulings, I didn't have an ineffective counsel. I had great counsel. Yeah. So you have to have a reason to appeal the case. Other than you had a bunch of coincidences and a stupid jury.
Yeah.
Like, but to all of those things that they were building in, like that was their. They were allowed to bring it in because it spoke to motive. It spoke to state of mind. It spoke to nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like
it's so crazy that you can't even imagine that it's real. I mean, it is. It's just so crazy.
Yeah, no, I'm here, and I'm like, I literally never, especially after this weekend, in a million fucking years, like I was basically almost like in the best. I didn't feel like I was in jail. I literally was in such a good headspace and was went and played basketball with Too Tall. I hadn't played basketball with him and I'll play a couple of games and get a shot. Giving my fourth away. Yeah, I never played fourth. I keep my foot away. Get a couple phone calls to keep by the doctor a long time. Kind of hearing positive feedback. That's why I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Dan's so happy with how the case is going.
Right.
Saying to me each step of the way, okay, if I knew, if you asked me a week ago if I was going to be in this place at this point in the case, would I be happy? He was ecstatic. And then literally after I testified, he's like, we're going to win this case. We're going to win. I mean, when they did their opening, he wrote on a piece of paper to me with a marker. He writes, "We will win." Yeah. And then Kate, look, the worst you're going to do is a hung jury. The worst you're going to do is a hung jury. And I'm thinking, look, we had a good jury consultant, get good people. Dan's an awesome closer. We're going to be kicking some ass and closing. His view says his strength is closing. His strength is closing. And now it's in a fucking suicide. Blood on the walls and shit on the ceiling. Literally speaking all over the place. The sergeant said they're going to clean it after I get out of here tomorrow. She's not touching the walls. One slider, literally shit on the ceiling. Trust me, touching nothing. No. But I mean, talk about a holy shit! I'm like, this is not a small thing. This is worse than getting cancer. This is a lot worse than getting cancer. I wish I got cancer instead of this. I mean, I literally. And Dan was Look, I mean, I'm telling you, Mom, he wouldn't have written up these things he was that sure. He's a lawyer. He knows the court. He knows the facts. He knows the cases.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
Everyone I spoke to who's in that profession or just smart people all said the same thing. Say, oh my God, that's it. You got it. Done.
like, and Dan's a closer. He's a closer. He always says he's a closer. But he said, listen, the state goes first, we go second, but I'm a closer. Like, that's it. And I was thinking to myself, okay, I did so good testifying. Now, you got to just do as good as I do. You just got to close it and we're going home. And, like, I was like, this never, like, that's the way the case and everything. I was, like, hoping it wasn't going to be a hung jury.
Yeah. That's what Dad said.
I was hoping that there wasn't
somebody along the way that hangs it.
Yeah.
Never.
Like,
but I knew
when
they.
Oh, gosh.
When they had, I was saying to myself, I really hope it's not like my favorite green dot. Maybe we'll do it again. Maybe they won't if I get like 9 people voting for me. Like, really thinking that. Like, holy shit.
It's unfathomable.
Yeah. It's not.
I'm funny, like talking to you guys like this is helping me out.
Good.
But,
I mean, honestly, Charlie, I know you say, what are the chances, but that's what Dad and I have to hold on to, that there's a chance. And so we are, because we have to. And you just have to think in the back of your head, you know what, there's a chance. In the meantime, you got to deal with what you're dealing with, and we're gonna do anything possible. You know that.
I know. It's going to be a year and a half to 2 years for an appeal, just so you know.
No, I do.
A year and a half, 2 years for appeal. Like, if you got a new trial, it would be 6 months after that. It's it's a long fucking process. And to get a new trial would be, in this case, a fucking miracle. And guess what? I just had a trial. Like, it was a circus. Can you imagine the circus that it would be if they brought me back? That's why I'm like, talking to you guys for the last hour has been helpful.
Good.
I just hear you.
You put a case together.
Yeah, you did. You
exactly
explained it really well.
Exactly.
We were on cloud 9.
We were.
When I thought it was so smart of Dan to say to the judge on Thursday, I've got another 45 minutes to an hour. Well, he only had about 15 minutes with you on Friday, but he didn't want you to be tired out.
I thought you got an hour on Monday, on Friday.
No. I wasn't below.
Okay, I felt like it. But I'm I'm like half white. I've been outside for an hour and a half in the last fucking year and a half.
Yeah.
I know in the last day, I got to look at the photo when they're putting it up on the projector. I'm like, holy shit, I look like that. So I was talking to Brady for Roman's birthday. I want to get him like a little bit. He loves country music.
Yeah.
So I want to get him like a little kid guitar that he could start, like, I don't know if they make an electronic guitar or if they just give him one with strings, but like something that he can like play. You know, actually, like, whatever you would give a 5-year-old to start to learn guitar. Like, they may just have it where it's electronic. I don't know if they'll have a like acoustic guitar or an electric guitar, but something that would like a 6-year-old can learn.
Yeah. Right. I will. I just wrote it down, so I will start looking tomorrow. See what I can find for him.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be, you don't have to get anything like crazy expensive or anything, but something that is 6, I mean, he may be too young at 6, but he may not be. That's like Mr. Price to be too young.
Yeah. No, we will. I'll see what they have, and I'll talk to Bree about it. So I'll get exactly the right thing.
Yeah, I told her I want to get in that. He loves music.
He does. Yeah. Okay. It sounds like a good idea. It sounds like something he would enjoy.
Yeah, we'll work on that tomorrow.
Yeah. He said something to me tonight. It was like, yeah, we'll get together soon. I'm better now. I just cry. Every time I think of it, I literally just start crying. It's the one thing that, like...
I know. Okay.
It's you know, like, look, you guys are parents, and, you know, like, having a young kid, the 6, the only kid, being here is fucking hard.
I know, Shirley. Believe me, I get it.
Yeah, I understand.
Honestly, as bad as it is being here, it's the only thing that really that kills me. It's not just me, it's him. And it's everything that I could have done with him, like, my whole life. Like, I went from literally thinking I was going to get my life back to, like, I would have been better off. I would have been better off getting cancer. Like, if you gave me a choice between, like, getting cancer and maybe having a 5-year survival rate, maybe not, and being where I am now, I would take cancer and maybe having a 5-year survival rate and getting out right now. Without a question in the world. Not even a question.
I know, Charlie. I get it.
Not even a question. If you said you have a 50% survival rate for 5 years, do you want to take that or do you want to be where you are? Not even a question. It's not even a thought. Because Dan was so hot. You don't understand. Like, I could teach you wrote in ink. When we were sitting there next to each other, the trial's beginning, and this big line, he's like, he looked at me like, you will win.
Yeah.
I mean, he's never won in his entire career with anything. Like, I can honestly tell you, I've never been as obsessed or worked as hard on a case. He's been through many times in my entire life. He's like, you don't just trust me. I constantly am talking to other lawyers. I'm talking to other lawyers, other people. I'm always asking, his buddies what they think. He's asking, the guys who ride a bike with him what they think.
All different levels, I know.
Tons of levels. And you know what? It goes down to the one thing I fucking always said, is that the Tallahassee jury is going to be, it's going to be a different story. They're not going to give you a fair shake up here at all. It's going to be a shit show. It's not going to be real. It's going to be a report. And it was exactly what I thought it would be. But I said that.
I do.
Remember me saying that? Like, you don't understand. Like, it's not when they get an Adelson up there, they would go out, they would charge my dog. My dog doesn't stand a chance up there. And I honestly didn't even know all the stuff in the media and the news because I really tried not to look at anything. But just the little taste of it I had, and that was years ago. Like, Kate was like, Charlie, this is global. I mean, Tallahassee's never had a story like that here. So they put on a fucking show for that last 2 hours. That, like, I saw it and I was like, if everything they were saying was true, of course you'd be there. But it wasn't. It was a bunch of fucking lies and, like, cut and paste, and, like, none of what she was saying was true. And this guy from Preston Scott is like Miss Catherine was brought it home. It was almost like a made-for-TV movie. She put it all in. It was like a TV production, watching how she put the whole case together. The problem is she's putting a bunch of things in here that are just merely coincidences. But it's hard to explain stuff as a coincidence and get people to follow you. No one wants to hear from the word coincidence too many times. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do. I agree, Charles.
There's only so many times you want to hear the word coincidence before you go away. He's telling me I'm stupid. She drove by his house. She left her place. That wasn't a common route for her to take. Never on that date or that time, ever.
Yeah.
And you're right. But it's like stuff like that, I think, really makes it smell like shit. For lack of a better term, it's like, it's like, how many times do you want to say it's a coincidence? Oh, it's just some of that. Oh, it's just a coincidence. Oh, it's just a... Okay, well, by the fourth time you say the word coincidence, I'm about to say, you call me stupid. Use your common sense, folks. Well, that's like, when you say use your common sense, folks, that's like saying don't believe the word coincidence.
Right.
Because it's like, how much you want me to believe, not to believe what I see or hear, and you say it's a coincidence.
Yeah.
So it's like, and now I'm like, that what you say? Now I sit here and I can't believe it. Now I'm going to be on TV. It's a coincidence. Like just so many things, you know, like, listen, thank God she had that email for the bowl of bourbon.
That's right. That's right. Right.
Because honestly, nobody on planet Earth would have 5,000 bottles in the store. She picked that and she's not a bourbon drinker.
Yeah.
Then you start going, how many different types are there in the store? How many different types of bourbon are there in the store? You don't even drink bourbon.
That's right. No receipt. Get nowhere.
Yeah, she didn't have the email. It would be
email.
Yeah, girls drink vodka, girls drink champagne, they drink wine. You never know the ones who go buy bullets of bourbon.
Yeah.
Like to celebrate that night. Oh, and you don't even drink. You're not a drinker.
Right.
That's all true. Yeah, so Dan was, I just said to him, you never would have won this case. You just said, not without you. And that's with Josh Dubin picking.
Yeah.
You know, with a team, had two guys with him. You know, had this whole checkerboard and like yellow hoodies all over the place and like doing research on jurors and like looking up their social media stuff and like really like doing their due diligence. I mean, it wasn't just, but there were people on there that were so horrible. Like most of the exes they had, I was like, yeah, I agree, we gotta get rid of this guy. So it wasn't as useful as it could be because we weren't being, you know, we couldn't even get into the nitty gritty. We got rid of people that were bums.
Yeah.
One guy came in, I don't know if I told you this, one guy came in, he didn't really know much about the case, maybe saw some stuff online about 2 years ago, that's about it. Well, anyway, they do research on her, right? This guy posted on his Facebook that he wanted to kill Sigfredo Garcia and thought it would be a good idea.
Oh, my gosh.
3 months ago. Well, he just got done saying he didn't know much about the case. He was lying to get on the jury. And he was like a nice 70-year-old guy who was saying all the right things to get on the jury. Next thing you know, he's fucking posting about it in his post, on his public post on his Facebook a few months earlier. If we weren't reading that, we never would have known.
That's right.
If he didn't post about it, we never would have known. He would have been on the jury. So he got struck for cause. They called him back in and they asked him, you know, have you posted anything online? Have you posted anything on Facebook? And he confessed to it, but we showed it to the judge before we brought him back in. First time through, he was like, honestly, 70-year-old, nice guy, and he was all about like not knowing much and treating me fair until we realized he's obsessed with the case. He was there on closing arguments. He started coming to the case to watch. So Dan's like, look, you know, we got rid of what we got rid of.
Right.
You know, but like, you know, I don't think that was, these people were being honest with us that are on the jury. You know, as far as what their knowledge was or their opinion of the case or their exposure. I mean, we had 5 people on the jury who had law enforcement in their family.
I don't know how that's allowed, honestly. I don't know how they can allow that.
Someone comes in and they ask them a whole bunch of questions. They could say they know about the case. They could say they think I'm guilty from what they know about the case. And then they ask the person, well, do you think that you could separate yourself from those thoughts that you had when you came in here today and follow the rule of law and not hold any preconceived notions you had against Charlie Adelson and then treat him fairly? People would go, yes, we had to keep them. And I'm like, you know, Josh Rubin was like, well, then he would ask them, like, okay, you had this preconceived notion that he was guilty, and it was in your head. Now that the judge tells you got to treat him fairly and block everything out, where in your head do you put those thoughts that you just came into the courthouse with just 10 minutes earlier? And a lot of people are like, oh, you're right, I can't separate those thoughts. I don't know where in my brain I can put them. I mean, they're going to be in there somewhere because I had those thoughts coming in. Those people, we were able to strike for cause. But if someone came in and they said, you know, I've read the Tallahassee Democrat, I watched TV, I know much about the case, yeah, I thought he was guilty, but listen, I can be totally fair, I can follow the rule of law, I can listen to what the judge tells me, I can obey the judge's orders. Well, they just rehabilitated themselves, and they're fit to serve on a jury. And then they could come in and say, well, my husband works for the sheriff's office. Do you know any other law enforcement officers? Yeah, like all his friends. Any other ones? Yeah, a lot of officers go to the same church I go to. Okay. Do you think that you can be fair and impartial? Absolutely. I will listen to the judge's instructions. Okay, sweetheart, you make it to the next one. Yeah. No, I mean, it doesn't preclude them from serving on a jury. They could be a police officer. It doesn't preclude them from serving on a jury. But if they answer everything right, they don't get struck for cause, then you have to use one of your exes on it. You know, but what you worry about is when people lie to get on a jury pool.
Yeah.
Because now they're important, now they can write a book, now they got a story to tell. You know, now they can go do an interview and tell what they were thinking of this Catherine, presenting it and bringing it all over. And what, I mean, listen, aside from the coincidences that they say are evident, they're not evident. It's a fucking coincidence. But they don't look at it like that.
Yeah.
They look at the coincidence and they're like, you're going to tell me I'm stupid. I mean, think about the ones they named. Wendy's book, traveling down the street at the wrong time at the wrong place, bottle of bullet bourbon,
Yeah.
the TV for. And then the way it sounded in that book sounded like she was writing her plans and putting them into paper years before she carried them out.
Rather than talk about what it was actually about, which was about illegal trafficking.
Right. It doesn't matter. I just read you 2 lines from the book and asked you a bunch of questions about her professor husband, her 2 kids, the town that they were stuck in that sounds like Tallahassee, and it was just a small stop on the way to civilization like Miami. Those are your words, aren't they, Wendy? Yep. Did you have something in mind while you were writing it? Like, those 4 things are like, one you can explain away. Listen, the bullet bourbon's easy because you got the email. Without the email, that would be the hardest one to explain away. But you got the bullet bourbon, which is very easily explainable. But the others aren't really.
No, they're not.
I mean, it sounds like a very cunning, intelligent author foreshadowing her move from someone who's getting stuck in the town that sounds just like Tallahassee, with a school that maybe sounds just like Florida State, from a town that sounds just like Tallahassee, with her 2 boys and her professor husband moving away. The next one is, but that's, you know,
that's just saying how long ago it was.
Well, she must have had it in the plans that long. That makes it even worse. She's been planning this a long time. And then the fact that she leaves her house and drives 7 miles and goes out of her way and drives by and does a U-turn on that street. That's a crazy coincidence. The book is crazy foreshadowing. The TV code is crazy code talk. Like, then you take those 3 coincidences and then you tie it in with upsent emails, you know, calling them curse words and Nazi uniforms for the kids, and it sounds like an unhinged lunatic is upset. Then you got check number 2. You know, and it's like, then you go ahead and you throw an autopsy photo up there for 10 minutes in between all those coincidences. And then you start talking about her divorce and about how she was really hiding how much she really hated Tallahassee. And like, you got people hating you at that point. And Dan said to them, like, you don't have to like him. You can dislike him to quit him. But here's the problem. You throw all this extraneous bullshit, coincidence, crap in the pot of soup. And then you start taking snippets of other things. Those snippets start carrying a whole lot more weight. That's where she got it all. That doesn't tie it all together. You can't explain a coincidence.
She had a little help over the weekend because she was dead in the water on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
She was dead in the water. Everyone knew it.
She was done. I mean, Oh, she was dead in the water, but she came. That was a TV production. She put those autopsy photos up for fucking 5-10 minutes. It felt like each time.
I never, watching this, nobody thought even that they were putting anything up. Nothing. No. That was not.
Oh yeah.
That was not shown.
Yeah, they wouldn't show it on TV. They showed horrible photos. Horrible. And she put it up, and she just let them. I mean, it's just like on a 10 by 12 projector, bright screen, right in flat in front of them. Like you can't not look at it.
Only the jury saw that, right?
Well, I had it at a monitor in front of our desk, and it's hooked up to a monitor for
That's right. On your monitor.
So, so I had it square in front of my face on my monitor, and the monitor is like a foot high and a foot and a half wide. But the projector is like an 8 by 10 feet, and it's flat in front of the jury. And she would walk that up, and then she would talk and leave that up there for like, for a while.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean twice, maybe 3 times. Each time she was talking for like 7 minutes while I was looking at a horrible photo. I mean, literally would make anyone very upset. Horrible photo. And it's like, you're looking at like a head shot on an autopsy table that was pretty fresh from that, week. And it's horrible. Sure. I was looking at that. And then they're talking about, and Wendy just happens to drive down the street. Like, why is she driving down the street? Somebody must have told her something. It's going to happen. Like, tying it all together. And the fucking coincidences really help tie everything together. Because you can't explain the coincidence. I can't explain why you picked TV.
No.
I can't explain why Wendy has a TV repairman at the house. And most of all, I can't explain when Wendy was moving out, and I said, "What does Wendy need for her house? Just let me know, and I'll be my present." He said, "Well, she left the TVs behind." I said, "All right, we'll go buy her a nice TV from Best Buy, and that'll be my divorce present to her." And to do that, when I gave it to her, I made a stupid joke. Which it's like kind of a recycled joke. I've heard different variations of people. Like, you got someone a bottle of scotch. They'd be like, well, they were getting divorced. And they're like, well, I didn't know whether to get you a bottle of scotch or a hitman. So I got you the bottle of scotch. It was cheaper. Like, it's a fucking joke.
I have friends my age who have made that comment about their ex-wives. So it's nothing.
It's a recycled variation of a recycled joke, because obviously I was only getting her the TV set, and I know she was going through a hard time with him, so I made it funny. That was it. I wish to God it was another object other than a TV. The same TV that she was having repaired that day? The same TV that you were bringing up when the Latin King member was restoring it? TV. I'll tell you it's a coincidence. Like, that's like someone saying you're stupid when they keep telling you a coincidence. But you can't explain it. Because you can't explain a fucking coincidence. But Wendy showing, trust me, they're not going to back off Wendy showing up and driving down Prescott. Which is asinine, because if you think about it, if someone hired a hitman, wouldn't the first place on the planet they would be is the crime scene?
See, but these people were so stupid. That's such an obvious answer. Such an obvious thing.
No, but what Kappelman said was she couldn't help herself, but then to go find out it was already done. She couldn't help herself. Well, I guess the person's crazy, and they really did do it. Okay, well, maybe she couldn't help herself. She wanted to go see if it was done. Could be an explanation. Like, she did show up. That's that's an explanation. Other than saying it's a coincidence. The other person saying the word coincidence, you got kind of an explanation, like she couldn't help herself. Like, it's sounding creepier as you're putting it together. Like, and they lay the groundwork with the book, the emails, the fucking TVs, bottles of bourbon. Like, I think it's all the coincidence tying bullshit facts together, combined with her saying that people said things they never said, was spectacular. If what she was saying was true, it's very believable. But what she really honestly, and that's how I was feeling while I was watching it. I was thinking, like, shit, if what she was saying was actually true, I think it'd make it easy to convict me. But it's not true at all. It's not facts. She couldn't stand up there with witnesses that supported her fucking story. But the crazy thing is, it's like fucking coincidences you can't explain away. All you can say is it's a coincidence. You just don't want to use that word too many times. Then you feel like people are saying you're stupid. So, I got 2% on my story. I can talk to you guys sometime. I'm going to give them
I thought you were going to get a chance to charge it tonight.
I will. No, they'll take it from me.
Oh.
It shuts off. And, I probably got another 15 minutes of that. But I don't know. I literally feel like I'm going from winning the Super Bowl to holy shit. But I've never had a letdown like this in my life. This is not just a letdown. This is like.
I was just going to say it's not a letdown. Believe me.
This is not.
I know it's not a letdown.
It's not a letdown. This is like a fucking nightmare. Like a letdown is like when your plane gets canceled or you get stuck at the airport. Or, like, something doesn't go your way and you go get them. You reapply or get another job or you get fired. Like, this is like, holy shit. This is like, this is insane. Like, Dan was pretty upset.
Oh my God. He was upset, and everybody that loved you was upset, and friends of ours were upset. It was as I said, look, I've gotten all these phone calls tonight. I don't respond. I don't want to talk to anyone. Bruce called. I just let it go. I'm not answering any of these. The only reason I asked Rick and Sue to help is because I needed help. But other than that, no. Nobody. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. I'll talk to Dan. That's it. I don't want to talk to you.
I trust you. I'm fucking speechless. I literally, I don't know how to describe it. I wish I answer on anybody, but I really think I would be way less unhappy if I found out I had a cancer and a 50-50 chance of living and walked out today, then shit. This is insane. And the thing is, it won so fucking convincingly is what scares the shit out of me. Like, this is exactly how I saw it being played out and coming up to Tallahassee. Exactly. And this is like without having great lawyer and Josh Dubin had a whole team of people working on it. It's an impossible fucking case to win in Tallahassee. It's unwinnable. I said to Dan today, I said, you could do this case 100 times. I don't think you would win one time. You got to get 12 people to vote your way. 12! To have a verdict, it has to be unanimous. 12 for you, 12 against you. Like I was thinking it was going to be like 10-2, 11-1. I remember one time Dan saying also, like, he'd be pissed if we hang. Like, he didn't want to hang. He wants a fucking verdict. He wants to win.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll be pissed if we hang. He's like, we're not going to do worse than hanging. He goes, but I'm telling you, I'm coming there to win. I'm not coming there to hang. Like, think about what would have to happen in the next trial to walk out of that courthouse. That's like what one of the bailiffs was, the jail down below. Because you realize you need 12 people to win. All 12 have to vote your way.
Right.
Not 11, 12. Has to be unanimous to walk out. So think about it. With all the work that we did, we couldn't get 1 out of 12. That's scary.
I don't know how they picked the two people that were alternates, that both would have voted for you. How did they become alternates? How did that happen? Who picks the alternates?
It works that way because you go through the ones that you would pick, and then it's weird how it goes. It starts from the bottom and you start crossing people off the list, and then it's like, okay, after we both run out of exit, the next ones become alternates. It's like we put stuff to them sooner. It kind of goes in order. So definitely one of the alternates would pick me. Definitely one of the guys would. I didn't know that there was a second one. Maybe there was a second. Maybe would have had a hung jury.
Yep, they would have had to hang it and do it again. And then you learn from the system. Yeah, but you know what?
And you run it back. But you're still in the game.
Right.
Like, not 1 in fucking 12? Like, and I hate to say it, but it's exactly what I fucking knew I was going to be dealing with when I came up here, and I felt it in my bones that this is what I'm going to have in Tallahassee when an Adelson comes up here, and it's going to be like a fucking shit show, and you're not going to get a fair shot, and this, that, and the other. And Dan was like, no. He's like, we're going to do the work. We're going to look at everything. We'll have answers for everything. Like, you're innocent. We'll be able to prove it. Like, I'm coming up there to win. I'm not coming up there to hang. And I'm thinking, like, my gut. I'm like, he's like, no. He's like, we're coming up to win. We're hoping an argument happened that first day. He wrote out a piece of paper to me while I was sitting there and marker. He goes, we will win. He was so sure. He would never have taken his marker and go there on a sticky pad.
No. He was. Everyone was sure, and he certainly, because he doesn't do that unless he believes it.
Yeah, it makes him look bad. It would make it look really bad. Like, we will win. Like, after they did their opening, and like, oh, we got them. And then as the case was going, I said to him, I said, how would we do it, Charlie? If you would have told me what he said to me, like, after Friday, if you would have told me we'd be where we are today a week ago, I would have been ecstatic. That's after, 7 days of trial testimony?
Yeah.
So we did Thursday, Friday, then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then I testified on Thursday, testified on Friday, Wendy's divorce attorney testified that, like, no, these things were not a big deal to Wendy. They weren't a big deal to me. Like, we're, you know, and I said, Dan, how are we? Because Charlotte, you had told me after 7 days of trial, we'd be where we are today. I was very, very happy. Because I was ecstatic. He said, you're ecstatic. Monday comes, like Scott said, Georgia Kaufman put together it was like a TV movie, put the whole cake together, and she sold it at protocol. They fucking didn't listen to it. I think that had happened in the 7 days before. It was a day and a half I spent on the stand.
The caller has hung up.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
Charlie.
an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press
1. To refuse, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey, sorry.
Now it's okay. Yeah, I thought that it's finally cut.
No, but it's just so after 7 days, Dan's telling me if he would have been told before we started the case where we are now, how everything's come in, he's like, I would be very excited.
Yeah, he was.
And he's a closer. He always said his best thing is closing. So I said that weekend, I was like, shit, like, I did my part. Dan's going to do his part. He's the closer. Like, we got easy street. I'm giving away all my food. Giving away my socks. Oh. I mean,
by the way, Scott Radius is on texting Dad on WhatsApp.
Pick it up now if you wanted to call.
Yeah, but I don't know how much power Charlie has.
I got her 2%. I don't know. I can't talk. He's on vacation with his girlfriend. Yeah, just kind of eager shit.
Okay.
That's another thing where I can sort out.
I know. I know all about it. I know what we have. I know about it. We will get that out.
But it's just like, it's funny, like, that should be a big thing for me. Like, no, I mean, it goes to show you how, like, insignificant that is compared to everything else. That's just like a...
Oh, I know.
Fucking 30
Drop in the bucket, I know.
Literally, like, and you have no idea how much I was looking forward to, like, having a new direction in life and a new attitude and, like, a clean slate and, like, holy shit. Like,
I do know, because we were on the same,
yeah. Hold on 1 second. Sure. Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that.
Okay. That's okay.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, we got it.
So yeah, it's like,
I feel like we're living a nightmare. A nightmare.
yeah. Yeah. Like, what was all? It doesn't seem like I literally felt like I was about to win the Super Bowl, and like it went away. Like I literally never in a million years. I literally took a notebook with me with all my phone numbers on it because I didn't want to leave my phone numbers behind my bail cell. So I took my notebook, my papers, and that's what I brought to court that day. So I was like, so I have my paperwork with me when I get released from the courthouse. And it's like, and I'm not like high. I'm literally like talking to Dan who's been doing this for 20-something years. Like, how the fuck can you be so wrong? Like, his answer obviously is like, listen, never know what the jury's going to do. I get it, but we also had fucking the top jury consultants.
In the country.
The top in the country. Like,
yeah.
Like he literally has something at the Cardozo School of Law, like the whole institute. Like he is like the guy.
No.
The guy. He actually went to school at Florida State. I don't know if you knew that.
No.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah. He was roommate with Ronnie Castanera, who was really good friends with Evan Brown. His college roommate, I used to hang out with at EB's house all the time, and he knew Evan Brown. It's a small world. But yeah, he was a student went really far for a guy from Florida State. He is like the premier guy in the country for this. So we brought in the best in the country for this. And was bouncing these ideas off of like not just him, but like this whole fucking team of lawyers.
Yeah. And
he wasn't just like, oh yeah. I mean, he put together a whole group of people, of like 30 people to present the case to in September. We did a mock jury, presented to 30 people listening in. Like, Kate's telling me the worst you're going to do is hang. And after I testify, it's like, we're going to win. We're going to win.
He doesn't say that lightly, trust me.
No, because it would make him look like a fool if he walks around going, we're going to, like, telling people you're going to win it. Not saying that 6 months in advance, but talking
at the trial.
7 days into an 8-day trial. And I'm already done testifying. She would already ask me her fucking questions. I knew when she asked me, what does Maria do for Dave? And how old is Maria? Well, I told you got nothing else to say if you're going there.
No, she didn't. She was more. By the way, Charlie, I got notification on my computer.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta turn my tablet. I gotta turn it down. I love you. I love you.
Got it. Bye. Bye, honey.
The caller has hung up.